That hurt.
Also beating himself up before we even get on the air.
I caught that corner, the metal corners.
Yeah.
Yeah, I caught one of those. It's what old people do. They hurt themselves.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, no, we heard it.
Good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome in. The Rob Brown Show is on your radio. This is the Fan Upstate. Howdy, y'all. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday, my dudes, my dudettes. It is, of course, as always, phenomenal to be with you. Bright and early this AM, just sitting all over 6 o'clock in the morning. I mean, if that doesn't start your day off with a bang, nothing will. You know? Alarm. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. It loses.
Rob,
It loses the
Rob,
emphasis if you're just slamming buttons.
Billy hit his snooze. Okay. I saw that, Billy. I saw you hit your snooze. Get up, dude.
Alarm.
Get up, Billy.
Alarm.
Them donuts are going to make themselves, Billy. Come on.
Time to make the donuts. Ladies and gentlemen, ever so wonderful to be with you on a Tuesday morning. I am Rob Brown. The pleasure is mine, not exclusively because on the other side of the metaphorical glass, the guy that is in charge of this radio broadcast and all radio broadcasts, he, of course, is the great one, Lonzo, running the show for us today. What's up,
Lonzo
dog?
is a superstar.
Yep, there it is.
I'm awake.
Yeah.
Billy ain't, though. Come on, Billy. Get up, dude.
Get your life together, man. We got stuff to do. We got sports to talk about, man. Like a lot of them. Like it turns out. And who would have thunked it? Maybe the 49ers aren't as good as we. That's not true, guys. They're hurt a lot. Debo's not playing. McCaffrey, he can say what he wants, was not 100%. However, I am suddenly very concerned that maybe Brock Purdy ain't that dude. Maybe we all wanted a Cinderella story. Maybe we all wanted an underdog story that years from now, Disney could turn into one of those wonderful feel-good straight-to-DVD movies about Brock Purdy. And it turns out he's actually Kirk Cousins. Maybe he's acting, because I heard all day yesterday going into that Monday Night Football game that I needed to bet the Niners -7 because Kirk Cousins can't win in prime time. And all he did was throw for 378 yards.
See, there's your point. This ain't Purdy's fault, not all of his fault. It's that defense for San Francisco, that vaunted defense
there's
was
questions.
supposed to be really good. They allow Kirk Cousins to do all that.
There are most certainly questions that the 49er defense has to answer today. They got a pick of Kirk Cousins early. And I was like, all right. You know, I went with the old YouTube TV split screen. I had baseball on one. I had the Monday Night Football game on the other. And I was going to go because, I know ball. I don't need to listen to the baseball game to know what's going on. I know lineups, rotations. I'm good. So I had the audio over on the football game. 3 plays into the game, Kirk Cousins get picked. I'm like, uh-oh. Ball game, dudes. This is over. So I flipped the audio over to the baseball game, over to Rangers-Astros Game 7. Because, and I mean this, there is nothing better than a playoff Game 7. Pick your sport. NBA, NHL, MLB, don't care. Game 7s in the playoffs are the best thing. They're the best thing. So I flipped the audio over to watch Aroldis Garcia go bananas, 4 of 5 with a pair of dingers, 5 ribbies. My dude turned in, if I recall correctly, 16 RBIs in this series. That is an American League record. I flipped over to that. And then I checked back into the game. I didn't take it off. I had it on the split screen. I flipped back over. I check over back in the game, and the Vikings are not just with San Francisco, they're hanging on to a lead against the Niners. And I'm like, all right. And I look at the stats. McCaffrey in the first half doesn't have a snag yet, hasn't caught the ball. I'm like, okay. They knew that McCaffrey is kind of banged up. They're isolating him. They're removing him as the check down. They're going to make Brock Purdy beat him down the field. And he can do that. And then I kept checking in. And it kept not happening. Eventually, McCaffrey did go full Christian McCaffrey and run one in from 40-something out.
Beautiful, by the way.
Oh, dude.
I think
he
it's
is such a
16 games in a row with a touchdown.
16, that is correct. That is correct. And I only know that because your boy hit a 6-leg 7-1 parlay, and the last option I threw on there to bump it up, because it was a 5-leg at like 4-1. And I'm like, I don't like 4-1 for a 5-legger. Let me go 6 and bump that up. So the one I went with was Christian McCaffrey to score a touchdown. Is there anything more guaranteed in the NFL right now? So I popped the McCaffrey touchdown on the end, and that bumped it up to like 7.5 to 1, almost 8 to 1. Thank you very much, Run CMC. Appreciate it. Dude, we are, and this is going to be over the top, But, man, we're lucky to watch Christian McCaffrey play, Lonzo, right? Like, Christian McCaffrey is to the NFL right now, and I was trying to come up with a comparison last night. And you old hat NFL fans, I want to know who you would compare him to. Barry Sanders? But the only comparison I had, because it's got to be above and beyond, was Reggie Bush in his prime at USC. This is the NFL version of that.
See, I think Barry Sanders is a better comparison because you just want to watch him play. And he's one of the only players I can think of. I mean, you could throw Mahomes in there, maybe a couple, because they're going to do something that's going to wow you at some point in the game. McCaffrey's that. He's going to wow you at some point in the game, and he consistently does that.
Yeah. I mean, it's like every time that dude slips out from the backfield, you're watching him. The ball might not even end up in that direction, but you're watching that guy. He's just something different. But alas, we shan't talk about the San Francisco 49ers because dudes and dudettes, the Minnesota Vikings, won that football game. Kirk Cousins, this blew my mind. Kirk Cousins coming into that game, Lonzo, was 2-9 in primetime games. And both of those wins came over the Chicago Bears. That is the first primetime victory over not Chicago of Kirk Cousins' career. 35 of 45, 378, 2 tutties and a pick. The pick was 3 snaps into the game, and then Kirk Cousins backed out. But how about Jordan Addison? 123 yards, 2 touchdowns. Forget that. Did you see the touchdown that he stole away a pick? San Francisco.
Yeah,
it's like, down.
Why is he run? He's got the ball.
It was a freaking magic trick, dude. I very clearly saw the ball into the hands of a San Francisco 49ers safety. I was over. I'm like, crap. Because there were numbers I was looking for my parlay to hit in this game. There were numbers that I was looking for my bet to cash in that game. I very clearly watched San Francisco intercept that ball, and the next thing that I know, Jordan Addison is sprinting down the field like he's running the 40 on Combine Day. And I'm like, what is he doing? He knows he doesn't have the ball. Oh, he has the ball. It was wild. It was just, I've said, and I'll continue to say, it drives me nuts when I hear somebody watching a game like this and they use the expression, Lonzo, well, it just wasn't their day. It's just not their day. Because to me, and this is, I don't know why this is a take I've always gotten a ton of pushback for, but I do and I will continue to. Luck is not a real thing. Okay? It's a nice concept. It's something that's fun to kind of prop up, but I think people use luck sometimes as an excuse. We're just unlucky. Were you unlucky or were you unprepared? Were you unlucky or did you not do everything you could do to create an advantage? Look, sometimes you're going to lose. Sometimes you can do the best that you can do and you are going to lose because the other person just does it better than you or because the situation you're in is just too advanced for the skill set that you have, regardless of what you're doing. Now, there are times that the concept of luck is there. If somebody drops a football and it bounces left instead of right, and the other guy's able to jump on it before you can, yeah. I mean, I guess that's about the extent of what luck plays into. Last night, the Minnesota Vikings did not have everything go their way. Last night, it was not, I guess it's just not the 49ers night. No, they just outplayed a 5-1 football team. A team that all of us, up until, about 10:30 last night, believed was the team to beat in the NFC. I don't know if they are anymore. Because that, combined with the Detroit Lions getting it handed to them, and besides the fact that the Vikings knocked off the Niners and Philly had Miami come to them and they beat the brakes off of them, all of a sudden, Philly is right back in the driver's seat of the NFC. Philly and Kansas City are the best 2 teams in the league, just like they were last year. So we're going to talk about that later because coming up, at 7:20 this morning. I don't know where that came from. Oh, yes, I do.
Well, I think we know where it came from.
Website decided autoplay is a thing that America wants. Autoplay is, listen, I know why people run autoplay. It's so that they can say, oh, somebody watched a video on our site. You know what autoplay does? It means I'm never coming back to your website, or at least not in a position where it matters. Never coming back to your website. Anyway, I was setting up the show. That's what I say. Just derail the train of thought. Here's what we got coming up today. Big day on the show today. Really excited about it. 6:20. That's the very next segment. Yesterday, kind of went scorched earth on Clemson and South Carolina. And I think it was very fair. This was, and I'm going to use the scientific term, a crap weekend for football across the Palmetto State.
I just had a discussion with someone in the newsroom about that.
I overheard that. Yeah, it was a crap weekend for football in the Palmetto State, okay? And so yesterday, I lit up the parties that I felt were justified in being lit up. Today, I'm going to go a little bit further because one of the talking points that I got back from a dear friend of mine who was also a Clemson fan was, Rob, my main concern is we're just not getting the talent that we used to get. And I thought, you know what? We can quantify that to some degree. We can quantify that a little bit. We can take a look and break that down and see if that's true. So last night I did. I went up and down and broke down the roster and looked just to see, comparatively speaking, based on the other teams that surround where Clemson currently is and wants to be, what the roster breakdown looks like. Are they truly down on talent? And the answer might surprise you. That's verbal clickbait. Stick around and listen. It's worth it. But I also went and looked at how the portal breakdown went. And it's about what you'd expect. So I'll tell you that coming up in the next segment. Yesterday, and this is coming up to end this hour, yesterday as we were talking South Carolina, Lonzo asked a question. He said, paraphrasing, if beating Tennessee and Clemson last year, and not just beating them, but throttling Tennessee and beating Clemson in their house, might have actually been a bad thing for Shane Beamer and the Gamecocks. And I answered off the cuff yesterday. I answered just with a knee-jerk reaction response yesterday. I thought about that question a little bit last night. I thought about that question while I was watching Monday Night Football. And I think I kind of honed in on the answer a little bit. So I'll answer that question again coming up at 6:40. 7 o'clock, water cooler cheat sheet. Coming up at 7:20 this morning, it is our favorite award show.
That is not real.
The TMF INRs get handed out. Your weekly TMF INRs. And yes, Kirk Cousins getting one, ladies and gentlemen, because you like that? Showed out last night. 7:40. Speaking of Clemson, one more Clemson segment. We're going like 2 whole Clemson segments today. I'm going to defend Cade Klubnik because Cade Klubnik has been taking a monstrous amount of what Lonzo and I would call heel heat.
Are you going to give him the Bryce Young love that you give? Are you going to defend him in that way?
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure I want to be there.
Kind of, yeah. I kind of am. And
might take an early lunch.
I'm going to do it in Lonzo's favorite way, with numbers, with statistics.
There's no chart, is there?
There's no chart. I can make a chart. You want to make a chart? I'm happy to make a chart.
No, you got other stuff to do. You know,
I got all the figures right here to make the chart. I make the chart.
Man, if we just had like an intern to make charts, wouldn't that be awesome?
That would be dope. 8 o'clock, NFL Power Rankings after Monday Night Football. 8:20, Will Palaszczuk is the voice of Charlotte FC. He's going to join us. Rob, why are you talking soccer? I'll tell you, folks, because the MLS squad of the Carolinas knocked off Leo Messi and his Inter Miami squad Saturday, bumped them out of the playoffs, and punched their own ticket in to the MLS playoffs. So we're going to talk to Will Palaszczuk and Fan Upstate alumni, as well as voice of Charlotte FC, Willie P, coming up at 8:20. At 8:40, Lonzo, I think we're going to play faces and heels today. It's been a little while. Should we play some faces and heels today on a Tuesday?
Um,
It's been a minute.
Sure.
Don't get too excited.
I'm trying not to. I'll find a way to make them forget.
So you made me make a rundown. I got a whole journal now.
Yeah, but you also gave me access to it, so I could just make it. I could just delete it.
That's true. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock is a segment I am terrified of, ladies and gentlemen. I'll tell you why I'm terrified of it. I'm terrified of it because there is a dude that I really, genuinely, truly like. There is a YouTube college football analyst that I truly, genuinely like. I watch all of his shows. I watch his Sunday reaction shows. I watch his Tuesday preview shows. I love this guy. But he popped off on Sunday, and he did so in a way that I felt was very condescending, and I got to butt heads with him a little bit. So that's coming up at 9 o'clock. You're going to want to stay tuned for that. All that and more coming up over the course of the show. We got to run to a break. When we come back here in just a minute from right now, we're going to take a look at Clemson's talent. A Tiger told me yesterday they are afraid they're not getting the same level of talent that they got during the heyday of El Tigres. Is that accurate? We're going to evaluate that next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Brian, good morning, buddy. Thanks for coming by, man. So we had our first Swamp Rabbit game Saturday. And obviously I popped off, but I also hadn't warmed up the vocal cords, and I feel like I sound worse today than I did yesterday.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, I was trying to figure out what it was. I thought maybe it was whiskey or something, but
No.
Okay, all right.
I
hear that has an effect.
I learned the lesson in week 1 of moving to the mornings that my evening cocktails either have to be moved up an hour or not consumed. I can't do them at like 9 o'clock. It's like you have one at 7 or you don't have one.
Attention taxpayers. If you or your business owe the IRS back taxes or have years of unfiled tax returns, the IRS has green-lighted billions of dollars in tax relief to those facing...
Yes, we are unusually quiet because it is morning contemplation.
I'm in my meditation era.
It's a moment of zen where you prepare for the chaos that is the rest of the day. Oh no, is he humming? I never mentioned anything about the ukulele commercial because I was waiting for you to see it on your own. And finally you saw the ukulele commercial. Friends don't let friends play the ukulele. Could you play a ukulele? We've had this conversation before.
No, it's not the same as a guitar. I thought it was. I thought it would be the same. I thought it was just a little guitar. It's not. There's like a whole different set of...
Could you play a ukulele bad?
I mean, probably if you showed me...
Next time you're at a bonfire, you need to take a ukulele.
If I learned... So let me look at what the tuning of a ukulele is. Because my thought is, if it is like GCEA... Yeah, so it's the 4 strings are tuned to G, C, A, and E, which all are 4 of the notes that a guitar is tuned to, but it's like they took 2 out of the middle. No, there's no C tuning on a regular guitar. So no, it's a completely different tuning.
We got
And the G string on a ukulele is tuned up a full octave compared to its relative string on a guitar. So the answer is no, I cannot play a ukulele. The other thing is, I don't want to.
Well, there you go. Got to remember, and I just wrote a reminder, I need to write a Southern Psychics parody because for some reason California Psychics has been
Yeah, I
playing.
know
on-
your text line on the other station is blowing up about it this morning.
It's
They're
hilarious.
not happy.
We were talking about it Saturday. It's like, we got to write a Southern Psychics.
That'd be hilarious. I love it. Are you trying to see if your soulmate might be at the family reunion this weekend?
Can you find your cow? Southern Psychics can help you.
You not know what's wrong with your 72 Ford pickup?
Bessie left the barn. You can't find her. We can. Southern Psychics. Timmy's in the well. Sorry, we don't do that.
Grandma Myrtle's trying to talk to you. So yesterday after the show was over, a show in which I believe rightfully had some things to say about Los Tigres and the Gamecocks of both Clemson and South Carolina, I understandably had a handful
The
of
serious
people.
show is over. I'm just sorry. I can't.
You were able to make it one day?
Yeah, I was.
I respect that.
And you,
One day.
for some reason, you think if you say tiger in Spanish, I won't understand it.
So I had a conversation with a buddy of mine who is a Clemson fan, dear buddy of mine. And he had listened
Are
to the
they
show.
are they sane? Are they
Sane?
yeah, are
They
they
hang out with me, so questionable.
yeah, that's why I'm asking, because quite a few Clemson fans who I've
Yes,
have
this
met
is
or hung out with
someone-
are, is he an Uber, like,
driver? No, he's just
No,
he's a regular dude.
is he a that guy Clemson, that guy
listen,
Biden?
he's
Is he
a-
that guy, or
He's
is
a
he
lifelong
okay.
Clemson
All right.
fan who loves his team, but he's also not a clown. So I had this conversation with him yesterday, and we were bouncing back and forth some stuff that I had said on the show. And he said, "You know what my biggest concern is? We're just not getting the same kind of talent that we were during Dabo's heyday." And I thought, that's kind of an interesting thought. I wonder if that is true.
Well, that's all the fault of all the business owners in Pickens and the people around this area, because they're not ponying up enough money to get someone in the portal to come here,
Well,
right?
It wouldn't matter because remember, that was not a big fan of that.
Oh yeah,
concept.
that's right. Okay, all right.
So it wouldn't matter if you had a billionaire step in.
So you can't legally pay for players anymore. Anyway.
So let's start with this year's football team. We'll come to the 2024 rankings here in just a minute and where they stand right now. But let's start with this year's roster. Let's start with the roster we're talking about. Let's start with the team that's playing right now. I went and I pulled not last year's recruiting rankings. I went and pulled the roster top to bottom. And because Dabo's been there so long, this is exclusively Dabo's team. This isn't he's got some leftovers or he's got that guy's these or these guys that's. This is his squad. This is his recruiting. So I went and looked at the roster composites of all the teams in America. And wouldn't you know it, if you lean on this, and I've said for years, I'm not a huge recruiting guy. I recognize its importance in the landscape of college football.
And it's not what it used to be. It used to be like a holiday on signing day.
Yep,
and
sure
it's not that anymore.
It used to, I very much remember back when I was in Florida, we used to do remotes on National Signing Day. We had bars that would bring us out to National Signing Day. And for, I think, 3 or 4 consecutive years, I did a National Signing Day remote zone where I was on the air for 8 hours just talking about recruiting. It used to be a huge deal. I'm not saying it's not anymore because to the diehards, it still is. But because of early commitments and multiple signing periods, it's not like it used to be. But whatever. Let's look at the roster composites as they stand right now. If you stay on top of star ratings, and I do, not because I think that they are the end all be all, but by and large, the folks who put together these star composites, they're pretty tuned in, right? Like, I'm not going to lose my mind over, we got 3 5-stars. Well, we got 4. All right. Well, some of these guys are going to pay and some aren't. But if you are getting more 5 stars than not, you're probably doing a pretty good job. If you're doing more 4 stars than not, you're probably doing a pretty good job. So I went because I wanted to look and see kind of where Clemson is in the roster composite. And here's where we are. On their roster, which right now has 83 players, 83 commits to Clemson on the roster today, there are 7 5-star players on this roster. Okay? 7 5-star players. Now, here's the list of teams that have more 5-star players than Clemson. This is the entire list. Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, Texas A&M, Texas. That's the whole list. That is every team that has more 5-star players than Clemson on the roster, top to bottom right now. Now, the numbers can be a bit intimidating. Alabama has, according to 24/7 Sports, 18 of them. Georgia has 13 of them. Ohio State and Texas A&M have 10. Texas has 9. Now, all of the teams that have more 5 stars than Clemson are all ranked higher. Obviously, Alabama has 1 loss. That loss comes to Texas, who has 1 loss. And those are the only losses. Texas A&M has more, but we also know that Texas A&M had that one recruiting class that was very controversial because it was the initial NIL class, and the Ags fans went bananas pouring money into it. And this was right out the gate, so it was before the current guardrails were in place, and Texas really was the Wild West in that one particular moment. And of course, Texas A&M, by the way, just in case you are keeping track, turns out Texas A&M, not that bad of a football team. I still got a lot of questions about Jimbo Fisher. They have lost 3 games, but their losses were Miami, who beat Clemson, Alabama, number 11, and a score to number 19 Tennessee on the road. So all their losses are respectable losses. But again, Jimbo Fisher, that's another story for another time. So let's look at the 4 stars. Because to me, 4 stars is where you make your money. 5 stars is where you get your highlights. 4 stars are where you make your money. Okay? 4 stars. Clemson has 49 4 stars on the roster. 49 out of 83. Alabama has 56. Georgia has 52. Ohio State has 63. Texas has fewer. A&M has fewer. LSU has fewer. USC, Oklahoma, Oregon, Miami, Penn State, Michigan, Florida, Tennessee, North Carolina, all of them have fewer 4 stars than Clemson. The only teams that have more 4 stars than Clemson are Alabama with 56, Georgia with 52, Ohio State with 63, and Notre Dame, who has 56. Notre Dame, by the way, has 1 5-star recruit on their roster right now. Everybody else is a 4-star. So the argument that Clemson's not getting the talent that they used to get, at least till now, simply is not true. It's not true. It's not accurate. Roster composite, Clemson is up there with everybody with the exception of Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State. That's it. And let's look at Alabama real quick. Let's look at Georgia real quick. And let's look at Ohio State. Hey, Lonzo, how many losses are combined between Alabama, Georgia, and Ohio State?
So like 1?
It's 1. It's 1. And the only loss there is Alabama versus Texas, who also has 1 loss. So if I include those 4, Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, and Texas, the 4 teams that between 5 and 4-star have a better roster composite than Clemson, there are a combined 2 losses. And one of them is within that group. The other one is to Oklahoma, who, by the way, roster composite is sitting at the 9th best roster star rated wise in America right now. Clemson in a full roster composite, according to 24/7, if you put stock into this, has the 5th most talented roster in America. Here's your, let's just look at the top 15 for fun. Florida, Michigan, Penn State, Miami, Notre Dame. Top 10, Oregon, 1 loss. Oklahoma, no losses. USC, the single, in my opinion, disagree if you'd like, USC is the single most disappointing team in college football this year. Does anybody agree? With the exception of maybe Clemson? USC is the single, and for the record, no disrespect. My estimation of where USC was going to be was higher than where Clemson was going to be. I thought Clemson was going to be good. I thought USC was going to be real good. Single most disappointing team in football this year is USC. LSU is 7, Texas 6, Clemson 5, A&M 4, Ohio State 3, Georgia 2, Alabama 1 in terms of roster composite. So the belief that the talent's just not there this year is just wrong. It's just wrong. So then I decided, let's go look at the portal rankings. 24/7 also ranked rosters based on how much talent was brought in and out of the portal by teams across America. Top 10 portal teams right now. UCLA having a surprisingly good year. Oregon, 1 loss. Oklahoma, no losses. Miami is back. I mean, I want to say they're back. They've lost a couple, including one real dumb one to Georgia Tech. They're a Mario Cristobal brain fart away from being a 1-loss football team. Florida State, number 6. Think it worked out for them? I'd say so. Auburn, number 5, USC, number 4, Ole Miss 3, LSU 2, Colorado, number 1. And, of course, Colorado beat their Vegas over-under win total in the first third of the season. Took them, what, 1 game more than they played to get to their over-under win total? The transfer portal works. It does. Now, I'm not saying that it is as important as recruiting. It is not. It is important. It is not as important as recruiting. But according to 24/7, do you know what Clemson's portal class was rated? 101st in college football. It was slightly better than Rice, Northern Arizona, and Alabama A&M. It is just behind Ball State, Charlotte, and Blinn College. You ever heard of Blinn College before?
I'm not going to lie and say, yeah, I'm a big fan of Blinn. I have no idea.
I don't know who they are, where they are, what they are.
Is that spelled with a Y or an I?
It's an I. Blinn College. I don't know anything about them, except according to 24/7 Composite, they had a better transfer class than the Clemson Tigers did. So the only thing left to look at now is the 2024 recruiting cycle.
By the way, it's in Brenham, Texas, wherever Brenham is.
Could have given me 100 guesses. I'd have never got it. If you'd have given me 50 guesses, I'd have eventually got the state right.
And it's a public 2-year college.
There you go.
So a 2-year. Okay.
So Clemson had a worse portal class than a Associates of Arts degree school. Okay? Say what you want. So the only thing that's left to talk about is the 2024 recruiting cycle. Now, obviously, this class is evolving as we go. But there's all these different factors we have to put in. We have to put in consideration what the team did last year, what the team's doing this year, what they look like, what the perception is of the team. We have to talk about whether or not the coach supports NIL. There's a lot that has to be discussed here. Number one recruiting class in the country right now, again, according to 24/7, Georgia. You know, the 2-time reigning undisputed national champions, looking for number 3. By the way, here's fun. Guess who's not the odds-on favorite to be the national champions anymore, Lonzo?
Really?
Yeah. Yesterday, the odds shifted. There is a new favorite to win the Natty this year, and Lonzo's not going to like who it is. We're coming to that later.
Cheetahs.
Number 2 class, Ohio State. Number 3, Florida. Number 4, Florida State. Number 5, Alabama. A&M 6, Oklahoma 7, Notre Dame 8, Oregon 9, Miami 10, Tennessee 11, LSU 12, Penn State 13, Michigan 14. My goodness, it is at number 15 that we find the Clemson Tigers. Now, again, we're still a long way from February. There's a lot of kids out there that are soft commits not being counted. A lot of kids out there that still have visits to be taken. This class is not anywhere close to done. But you're also sitting at the number 15 class. The talent right now on the roster is good enough to compete. Composite-wise, you have one of the best 5 rosters in America if the star value tracks. You're not performing it. You're not performing it. So what this says to me, and this is just for me further confirmation of what I said yesterday. If you've got a roster that star composite-wise is one of the best 5 teams in America, but you're sitting on 3 losses, you're not even going to come close to making your conference championship game, that doesn't tell me it's a player problem. That tells me it is a coaching and development problem. That tells me that you've got a staff that is not taking the 5th most talented roster in America and developing them into one of the 5 most top-tier performing teams in America. Either that, or every star composite is bad, and none of these guys really are what the recruiting sites say they are. But they've been getting money from people like us for a very long time for doing a good job. So which one's more likely? To me, it says to me, you got a coaching staff that ain't developing that talent. And outside of that, there's no other excuse. We're back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Here's the sports flash on the Fan Upstate. On the NHL schedule tonight, the Carolina Hurricanes visit Tampa. The Lightning 2-2-2 so far this season. The Hurricanes are 3-3-0. Tonight's matchup wraps up a 6-game road trip for the Canes. They're looking to snap a 2-game losing skid. Return home this Thursday night when they host Seattle.
All right, guys, I'm going to step away for just 1 minute. We'll be right back. All right, we're back.
Surgery after surgery.
I got to the point where I really couldn't walk. I had to resign from work. I was really just laying in bed. It was terrible. I would go back up in a knife.
She missed working and traveling, but all that was about to change. QC Kinetics used natural biologics to treat Paula. No foreign substances. They provided regenerative treatments that helped subside the pain and restore her quality of life.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I was feeling more movement and doing stuff. And then I start crying. I'm like, I can't believe it.
For Paula, this moment was extremely emotional.
I couldn't do nothing. And now I'm working and I on my feet for 7.5 hours. And I feel good. I got my life back because of QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics now for your consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 864-448-3772. That's 864-448-3772. 864-448-3772. Mad World Haunted Attraction is now open. Voted South Carolina's #1 haunted house and one of America's top screen parks. Explore your way to the elaborate haunted house trail with new rooms, scares, and top-notch actors. You'll experience Zombie Outbreak, Pinehurst Asylum, Chainsaw Massacre House, Pirates Revenge, the Carnival of Clowns, Werewolves, and much, much more. Play our 18-hole Ghost Town mini golf, axe throwing, and carnival games. Enjoy our food, bonfire, roaming characters, and fun for the whole family. To fade of art, grab one of our no scare medallions to break the attractions with your friends.
Spent time yesterday trying to figure out a way to light up my face on the stream. We think
Did you get it?
we think
How
we
you
got
talking about
I think we got it figured out. So Chris, had one of those hanging lights.
Yep.
But they have like 4 fluorescents inside of it instead of what used to be light bulbs. And so we tried it in the office with all the lights out, and then put like a piece of paper over it so it's not so bright, because it's got to go like right underneath me while I'm doing the thing. And we'll see. It looks like it'll work, but it's one of those things you're not going to know until you actually do it. If it doesn't work, I'll just turn it off. But yeah.
Just open up a test StreamYard.
Have to do it in that studio at night. I mean, there's
yeah.
a lot of other factors that would come into play. If I was doing it from the office, it definitely would work. But it's a more open space. You got some lights will have to be on. It's
Texture said these roster facts prove one or two things. Either players are really not what they are rated if you put stock in this, or players aren't being coached well, which is what I believe is the real problem at Clemson. DJ is proof of undercoaching. Shipley is subpar in his development. It's a coaching problem. Bang. That's exactly what I've been saying.
Or maybe it's lack of vetting of players, and maybe players get on the field and go, I'm not doing that.
Still a coaching issue.
I'm going to do. Is it though?
Yes.
If
you are getting players who, and
I guess the vetting part is a coaching
Yes.
issue, because it's their job to. But even when you think you know someone really well, sometimes you find out you don't.
If you are doing that to the level that the team is doing it, to the point that Clemson is at right now, that's a major problem. If you got that, listen, I'm not saying there's not a guy or two out there that aren't sandbagging. It's entirely possible that there's a guy or two on that field that are sandbagging. But if you got enough guys out there sandbagging that is bringing the level of play down this much, then yes, that's a coaching problem. That's telling me that you are falling for stuff in the recruiting process, that you're recruiting guys that aren't willing to lay it out on the line for your team. And that's a problem.
See, I wasn't talking about that part. I was talking about the part where someone was told to hand the ball off and they didn't.
Again.
Yeah. I mean, that's more of a,
and that's a massive problem.
It's more of an attitude thing.
I would agree.
And that could have been a one-time deal, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't disagree. It may have just been, listen, I think that some of us sometimes forget. And I'm not saying you don't have a right to criticize football players on your roster, but I think sometimes we forget a guy like a Cade Klubnik, who, by the way, I am going to, in an hour from now, enthusiastically defend and use some numbers to do it. But I think sometimes we forget Cade Klubnik is not legally allowed to buy a beer yet, right? We don't trust him as a society to purchase a beer legally, but everybody expects him to handle himself like a seasoned NFL vet out there. Look, if, like we said yesterday, everything that was said about the ending of that game is genuinely straight up, is genuinely legitimate. This is a 20-year-old kid who made a terrible decision. But again, if you've got a guy who has been coached to believe that he has that autonomy on the field, that's a coaching problem. Yesterday, Lonzo asked a question about a third of the way through the show that I could not get out of my head. And I started thinking about it yesterday evening because I have ADHD and can't focus on any one thing for more than 10 to 12 seconds at a time before another thought pops in.
What?
Lonzo yesterday, as we were talking about South Carolina, because they caught that smoke too, Lonzo said, Rob, and this is dramatic acting on my part. He said, Rob, do you think that maybe it was actually bad that South Carolina beat Tennessee and Clemson at the end of the year? That's not what he said. I'm paraphrasing very poorly. But he basically asked, was it maybe a bad thing?
This is your interpretation of what I said.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm trying to make it compelling. That's what we do in radio.
Because what I said wasn't compelling.
No,
so he's got to make.
Because I forgot how you phrased the question and I didn't go back to answer to listen to it again.
Okay, fine.
But it basically was it actually bad, the Tennessee and the Clemson wins to end the year? And I really got to thinking about that last night.
Here's what I said. They built expectations for the following season by how they finished that season with what they did to Tennessee and how well they played against Clemson. So it raised hopes that the next season would exceed that season.
Yes. So there's the segment. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Lonzo nailed it. However, it did something else to me as well. Not to me, to you, Gamecock fans. It did something to you. Lonzo was absolutely spot on in what he said. The expectations got raised. My question is, though, and I'll fire one back at you, did it raise them to an unfair level? Let's say that they didn't beat Tennessee.
No, I'm not going to, you don't need to go in. No, it didn't raise them to an unfair level. You expect the next step to be taken in the following season. You expect when you see Spencer Rattler and some of the other guys coming back when they could have attempted to go into the NFL, that they believe that they're going to be able to do something the following season. You expect all that. You see these little things build up to a big thing to where you're like, okay, this year is going to be better than last year. How much better? I don't know, but it's definitely going to be better, and it's not.
So let me clarify that then. Let me dial in on that a little bit more. There is a difference between better than last year and better than a particular period of last year. First thought I had was there was a game in the NBA Finals a few years ago. The LA Lakers were in it. I can't remember who they were playing. I don't particularly care. Where Alex Caruso, one of my favorite players in the league, because he's a gnat. He just will not go away. He's just always there. Alex Caruso, it was like 8 of 12 from 3 at like 39 points or something like that. Had a game. Like LeBron was carrying him off the floor on his shoulders, right? Alex Caruso went bananas in that game. Now, would it have been fair of the Lakers? Would it have been smart of the Lakers if they would have then said, this is the expectation now. We now expect you to be a 33-point-a-night guy. We now expect you to have this level of performance on a nightly basis.
I remember
because we now
that.
know you're capable of doing it.
I remember that, and I will tell you, I expected him to do something similar the very next time he played. I absolutely
But see,
did.
here's my thing. I think this
Because
is
I think fan perspective is that you did this once. Okay, that means you're where you're supposed to be, whether I thought you were that good or not. Now I expect you to be that good every single time.
so. Here is where Rob's going to turn into a giant dork and just crap all over everything. There is a logical fallacy out there that a
Dork.
like me loves to lean on. It's called recency bias. Recency bias is when you shun a large sample size in favor of a very recent and smaller one. Alex Caruso had been in the league for a few years at that point. And Alex Caruso traditionally was like a 6 point, 3 steals, 3 rebound a night guy who was a role player off the bench. And he had an electric night in the NBA Finals. If you take the entirety of Alex Caruso's career, he's not a 32-point-a-night guy. He's a 6-point-a-night guy. Now he's gotten a little better since then.
But see, these are emotional reactions. They're not, you're not thinking with your brain, you're thinking with your heart. So if you see that, you remember, man, that just made me feel so, I can't, my guy has finally arrived. Same with the South Carolina. Oh, yes, this is what we waited all year for this. They're finally doing this. I can't believe it. I'm so excited. I'm happy in the moment. I can't wait for this feeling to continue next year because they found something. They figured something out. And then next year comes and it's not there.
I agree with you. And that is the problem. And this is why I asked this question. Because if you emotionally, not logically, if you emotionally, not realistically.
Yeah, but where does fandom come from?
Let me finish this thought. If you emotionally set a bar that logically there is no reason to expect that you can clear, right? If you emotionally set a bar that logically you can't clear, it always leads to a negative, right? I watch people because we all love, what do we love to compare things to? Wrestling, food, and relationships. The three things that all of us love. All of us love those three things.
Every one of us.
Every one of us. I have been in a relationship in the past where I had a very romanticized, idealized, emotional view of a woman. She was a goddess to me. I placed her on a pedestal. And now, in an ideal world, that's what we would all do for our significant other. We would see them as nothing less than a god or goddess standing atop the hill as a beacon for all humanity. But the reality is, if you set that emotional standard, then anytime that they do not reach that hill, and none of us do because we're all human beings, it becomes a problem to you, not them. When you learn to see your significant other or your football team in a honest view and not an emotional one, your relationship will be better. So when you emotionally are convinced that we've taken a step, it's the next step here, but logically, there is no reason to believe that, then you are setting yourself up to be emotionally devastated with no justified reason.
If you take emotion out of fandom, it's not fandom.
I didn't say don't be a fan.
Because, well, you can't be a fan without emotion. You absolutely cannot.
I don't disagree with that either. If you don't emotionally invest, you're not a fan. You're an analyst, right? That's what I am when I talk about your teams. I mean, I have emotion invested in South Carolina in that if South Carolina wins, my lady friend's in a much better mood. And, right, that's pretty much the length of it for me. I'm an analyst. So I'm telling you, as an analyst, I go back and I look at those games and I go, you had an incredible performance, but let's be honest, that was a one-game subset against Tennessee. In Spencer Rattler's 2 years, he has played exceptionally well, but there has been one game that the Gamecocks look like that, yet I think that because they had one game out of 2 seasons where they looked that way, a lot of Carolina fans said, oh, that's it. We should be a 10-2 team. We can do that. The reality is, can you do that? Sure, a lot of teams can do that. Can you do that consistently? Nope. You're not there. You don't have that talent. You don't have that capability yet. It's not a shot. It's a reality, right? So the bar got set so ridiculously high by that win, and then you top it off emotionally with a win over your rival in their house, which is great. 31-30. That's a celebration point. You should print that on a t-shirt and wear it every day. Have a ball. I can't wait. But if we're looking at that and you're doing it as an analyst, not a fan, as a fan, you look at it and you go, hey, we beat the juggernaut. It's been a decade, it feels like. But realistically speaking, Clemson wasn't that good last year either. They're not that good this year either. Beating Clemson this year is not beating a juggernaut. It's beating a team that, respectfully to the Tigers, is Lonzo's favorite word. Mid. Meowed. They're mid.
You said the word.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
They're mid. So you had the performance of a decade in the Tennessee game, and then you beat a mid team. And I think it raised that bar. But here's the last thing I'll say, and then we got to run to a break in a sports flash and then another hour. Even if the bar was set too high because of those wins, fighting for bowl eligibility down to the last snap of the season is also still not good enough. It's not good enough. Lonzo's got a sports flash, and then we're back for hour number 2 on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
By the way, good morning. That was really uplifting. Let's go to baseball. The Texas Rangers knocked off Houston 11-4 last night on the back of a 4-hit, 5 RBI night from Aroldis Garcia, who hit 2 home runs to help secure a trip to the World Series. The National League team will be selected tonight when Arizona and Philadelphia play a Game 7. The D-backs will throw Brandon Pfaadt against Phillies Ranger Suarez. There are now only 2 one-loss teams in the NFL as the Minnesota Vikings handed the 49ers their second loss last night. Kirk Cousins threw for 378 yards and 2 touchdowns. while Jordan Anderson scored twice with 123 receiving yards in the win. We are your home for Paladins football and basketball. Tune in Saturday as Furman takes on East Tennessee State starting at 12:30 right here on the Fan Upstate. Good morning, Steve.
Steven, good morning, buddy. And that's not unfair some days, some Saturdays. Best.
Enjoy an ice cold glass of Rise Guys P1 Lager at Wings, etc. and Boiling Springs.
The Gables at Pelham is a continuum care retirement community. Assisted living, memory care, rehabilitation, and skilled nursing all under one roof. An MD will visit twice a week, and physical therapy, speech therapy, and occupational therapy are on site. And for socialization, our director of activities has a master's degree in social work and has been at the Gables for many years. We have a full calendar of activities.
I am feeling the 3:30 a.m. this morning.
Yeah, me too.
It's very 3:30 in here.
Yeah, it's part of it is because the air is just not kicking on.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's warm.
yeah, it is.
So
It's
it's kind of like
it's not. It's comfortable warm.
Yeah.
And
it's a good temperature
y-
to sleep.
yeah,
I agree.
I actually think it may have just kicked on. So if it gets a little bit cooler, I'll be okay. But right now, yes, it's definitely
Struggling right
it's nap time.
It's very 3:30 up in here right now. That's AM, not PM. Although it doesn't matter. I'm
Yeah.
taking a nap at 3:32.
Yeah,
I'm asleep at both 3:30s.
well, yesterday I forced myself on the treadmill instead of taking
Yeah.
a nap, and that wakes you right up, which is good.
Find an Appian installer near you at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Your small business is always top of mind. Well, top of your mind. To get it to the top
That's what we need in here. We need a treadmill so we can
Dude,
jump
that's
on
actually
there.
not an awful idea.
Jump on there for a minute or two during breaks. And
I said when we were doing the early time slot, that one thing I would have always loved, we talked about this a number of times. I know it was like putting a couch on the wall and having like a couch to sit on while we did the show. I always thought that'd be comfortable. If we put a couch in here during this show,
no,
I'd
that's
be
not,
doing the whole show laying down,
yeah, that's not.
half asleep.
I eat around 5.
Good morning.
The Rob Brown Show is back. Our numero dos goes now. It is the fan upstate. You guys are lighting up the text line. I love to see it. Love to see it. Texter says, Jacob says, Rob, I have y'all on the 65-inch on YouTube this morning, but I can't figure out how to comment. LOL. Good morning. Good morning,
Good
Jacob.
morning.
Great to have you this AM, and just keep texting. It's on the same screen as the stream chat, so you're good. Texter said, is it a possibility that Dabo is checked out because he knows Saban is basically done in Bama soon? First off, I think you're making an assumption about Nick Saban that I don't believe to be true. I don't think Saban is basically done, and I think I can say that because if Saban was basically done, I don't think Alabama bounces back. Now, they have won some one-score games since then, but Alabama is in a playoff spot right now, not in terms of in that top four, but as of right now, Bama wins out and beats Georgia in the SEC championship game. I think they're in. That's not the mark
why
who's
is
checked out.
Why is the Bama thing a go-to? If Dabo leaves or is forced to leave, I think he's done. He's not going to Alabama.
There's a lot of Bama fans who think that they can pretty much just go, yeah, Dabo, come on down. And he just waltzes out of South Carolina and makes his way down. I don't think that's the case. Again, I've said this for years. Why would he leave a program that, if we're being honest, is Dabo Swinney? That is the program. They were nothing before. I mean, you were fine, but you were nothing like you are now.
Yeah, before him, it was Danny Ford was a god, and now Dabo is the football god for Clemson.
Yeah, correct.
And he will have statues, not just a statue.
So
on the
why
campus
would
when
he
he's done.
leave Clemson and go to Tuscaloosa to stand in the shadow of Bear and Saban and do so in a spot where if he has a year there like he's having now, they won't be treating him with the white velvet gloves that Clemson is right now. That's not the case. Texture said Brent Venables was the puzzle piece for that Clemson Tiger team. Seems like since he left, that puzzle piece is missing. You know, I got to tell you, we beat up Brent Venables a lot last year because he went to Oklahoma and it did not go well.
Yeah, I'm done with that because he showed up now.
Boomer Sooner. Best one-year turnaround of any program in America, honestly. Better than Lincoln Riley at USC, right? I mean, that text is a text that if you sent it to me 2 months ago, I'd laugh it off the radio. And now I'm like, maybe. Now, that being said, again, Clemson's defense, not the issue, not the problem. It's the offense. But I also think I saw a lot of people throwing fire at Garrett Riley yesterday. Oh, Garrett Riley's the problem. I don't think he is. And I'll explain that to you later on in the show. Texter said, I don't think the expectations for South Carolina were unfair, but I also know that expectations raise pressure, and I think the current circumstances might be somewhat over the head of the current coaching staff. I don't know, man. I don't know. First off, let me rephrase that. I don't necessarily believe that to be incorrect. I don't know that it is correct, but I don't know that it's incorrect.
So winning is not an expectation they should have because winning is over their head. Am I misinterpreting?
No. Yep, I think so. It is not winning. It was the expectation that this team could go 10-2.
Well, the expectation, the actual really deep down expectation was for the team to be better than it was last year.
I don't disagree with that either.
It's a natural progression to get where you want to go. If you make a huge leap, that's awesome, but then you got to stay there when you get there. But gradually getting there, he is afforded the time to do that, but he has taken a step back.
I don't disagree with that in the least. But again,
and Rattler's gone after this year.
Taking a step forward, right? This is one of those times where it's about defining things. You have to define. This is what I tell people when you have a debate. The very first and most important thing you have to do is define your terminology, because if you're arguing about different definitions, it's a pointless conversation. 8-5 last year. 8-5 last year was a step forward. 8 wins this year with a harder schedule. Was it 9 wins this year? Because I can tell you 6-6 in a bowl game is not better than last year. And it's going to be a fight to get there. Texas said, with that being said about USC, how much longer does Rattler keep playing so he doesn't chance getting hurt for the NFL? I'm glad you asked that, Texter, because coming up at 9 o'clock, I am going to butt heads with a guy that I think is a phenomenal college football analyst over this exact talking point, and I plan on incorporating that into the conversation. So stay tuned for that. That's going to be at 9 o'clock. Jacob said, I think Beamer's early success is what Mr. Miyagi would call beginner's luck. I said back in the last hour, I don't believe in luck. I don't believe in luck. All right. Luck is not real. Everything can be determined. Some things faster than the information can be processed and reacted to, but there's no such thing as luck. You're either prepared and ready to take advantage of circumstances and situations, or you're not. And this is what I've said about this team all year long. I don't think this team was prepared for this year. I don't think they were ready. I think the roster was lacking in certain spots, and I think that there has not been player development there, just like there hasn't been in Clemson, that says step forward. But that's just me. Texter said, every man puts their lady on a pedestal until their woman blows up a toilet. Hey, there's a book called We All Poop. All right? Leave the ladies alone.
Why do you know that?
It's a kid's book.
But why do you know that? Well, that makes it that's even still.
Because
Why would you know that? You don't like kids.
Because
and I've used, you pointed that out. I mean, the listeners have heard it. I've heard it. Why would you know there's a kid's book that says everyone?
A, because
okay.
B, I have young nephews
I'm
and
not
cousins in my family, and
I
you
just
think
came
if
right out and
Uncle
said it.
Rob is going to give a book, he's not going to give a book called We All Poop? Of course that's a go-to.
All right. That is a great point.
Yeah. You mean I can give my cousins a book called We All Poop? And that means that my cousins who have my baby cousins now have to answer repeated questions for at least the length of time about poop consistently? Yeah, I'm going with that because I'm a child. Fight me, bro. It is time at 7 a.m. to take a look at the top 3 stories in sports. It is time for your water cooler cheat sheet.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
"You hear that?"
even before they take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
It is the top 3 stories you need to know before you go start talking sports with your friends and your family or your coworkers or your dog or whoever you spend your first work break with on a Tuesday morning. We go to baseball. Up front, the American League ticket. The American League ticket. Item number 1. That's what I said, right? Didn't I say that? And then I clearly waited multiple seconds and
I was
by the book.
And then I played to help you recover from your, team.
Yeah. We nailed it. It's just we're like the outsiders of radio. Okay. 14, excuse me.
If you're on
11-24.
Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, or the X, you would have got that.
Too sweet ski, bro. 11-4, your final last night as the Texas Rangers walk off the Astros in game number 7 of the American League Championship Series. The Rangers win that series 4-3. And my goodness, have a night, Aroldis Garcia. 4 for 5 from the dish. 2 of those were moonshots out of the stadium. He ended up with 5 ribbies on the night last night. 11, all 11 runs for the Rangers last night came off of RBIs that were scattered across the lineup. Seager had 1. Carter had 2. Garcia had 5. Garver had 1. Lowe had 2. Everybody was in on the action. There were 15 hits for the Rangers against a very good Javier who got chased in that game. It was just a great night. It was just a great night for the Texas Rangers, not just in the dub, but the fact that they are now going to represent the AL. Here's a fun stat. Bruce Bochy, the manager of the Rangers, has gone to 3 Game 7s in his postseason career. He is now 3-0 in Game 7s. Dusty Baker, who I love, who I adore, who I am a big fan of, is now 0-4 in Game 7s in his career. No clutch gene for Dusty, a guy who is otherwise perfect. He wins more series than he doesn't, but if you can force him to 7, you get the dub. By the way, the away team won every game in this series, all 7 of them. The National League side of the equation will be figured out tonight. Last night, the Arizona Diamondbacks became the first team this postseason to get a win at Philly, a 5-1 win because they got a stupid performance from Merrill Kelly. Kelly went 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 earned run, 8 strikeouts. They yanked him in the 5th because they were trying to play the matchup game late in this game. I think Merrill Kelly should have been trotted out for at least 1 more inning, maybe 2, but ultimately it does not matter. They went big time. It got started in the 2nd when Tommy Pham and Gurriel Jr. went back-to-back jacks in the 2nd inning. It was 2-0 Arizona, and they didn't look back. Evan Longoria had an RBI double later in the 2nd that made it 3-0. Ketel Marte tripled in the 5th. It knocked in Corbin Carroll. Marte then singled again in the 7th. That drove in Perdomo, and that was all the Diamondbacks needed. And that brings up a Game 7 tonight. And all of the sudden, Citizens Bank Park, which has been otherwise an insurmountable, unassailable fortress of baseball for the Phillies, showed the first cracks in the wall. It was the first time anybody, including the Marlins, including the Braves, were able to put up a dub in Philly. And now the Diamondbacks carry momentum into Game 7. I told you going into this, it was all about the dinger. If Philly gets 2 or more home runs, they win. If they get, 3 or more home runs, they win. 2 or less, they lose. They had no home runs last night, managed only 6 hits on the evening. Game 7 in the NL is tonight. Winner moves on to take on Texas in the World Series. Item number 2. Nailed it that time. Just nailed it. Ladies and gentlemen, to those of you that celebrate, happy NBA opening day. The NBA gets its start this evening. A pair of games lined up in a doubleheader that are going to keep me up later than I should be.
Wait. There's too many sports going on right now.
Isn't it amazing? Isn't it the best? Isn't it the absolute best? A pair of games on the slate tonight. We open it up at 7:30 when your reigning, defending, undisputed NBA champions, the Denver Nuggets, are at home at 7:30. And who do they have coming to town? Who else would it be but the chosen one, the king, LeBron, and the Lakers on the road at Denver to get us started tonight. And then we got a late night for you as Chris Paul and his Golden State Warriors take on his previous team, the Phoenix Suns.
That sounds weird.
Doesn't it?
I forgot all about Chris Paul going to the – okay. All right. Wow.
Chris Paul is a dub. He'll be wearing number 3 for the Golden State Warriors tonight at 10 p.m. on TNT when they welcome the Phoenix Suns out to sunny California. That is your doubleheader. The Charlotte Hornets have their first game of the season tomorrow night at home when they welcome the Atlanta Hawks. And since all of you cared, at 8 o'clock tomorrow, your New Orleans Pelicans will be on the road at Memphis to open up their season.
How's he doing?
Really good defense in the preseason, but the Pelicans is
no,
bad.
No. How is Zion's
That's
health?
what I'm talking about.
I mean, is his health good?
Yeah, so far.
I'm not,
I mean, he made it through the preseason.
He's going to play well when he's on the court.
Yeah.
Is he going to be on the court? That's all.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
From what I understand, for the second season in a row, he had a bit of a renaissance this offseason where he was like, I better get right, better get my health good. Went through therapy, and most importantly, went away from the team doctors to do it. Went and got second and third opinions and went away because the medical staff in New Orleans for both the Saints and the Pelicans has been absolute dumpster fire trash. But that's another show. Item number 3. So, I know I said we were going to yesterday, but y'all went in on the South Carolina Clemson stuff. We got to do the Michigan sign sealing stuff today because there is more news coming out of this investigation. Connor Stallions is the name of the Michigan staffer who has been suspended.
That's not a real name.
Connor Stallions. That's 100% like a teen movie high school quarterback who like knocks up the head cheerleader and there's all this high school drama around it. And they're like, our lead character's name is Connor Stallions. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. Anyway, Connor Stallions is the suspended Michigan staffer who was accused of sign stealing for the Wolverines, except for we found out now he wasn't doing it by himself. According to the investigation, Connor Stalions purchased tickets in his own name to more than 30 games over the past 3 years at 11 different Big Ten schools, according to sources at 11 different Big Ten schools. The scope of the alleged sign-stealing operation includes both video evidence of electronics prohibited by the NCAA to steal signs and a significant paper trail, according to ESPN. According to that report, Stalions forwarded the tickets he bought to at least 3 different people in different areas of the country, who then went to the game, sat in those seats, and there is video evidence of them filming the opposing team's sideline for the entire game and getting those signs. Now, we're going to talk more about this later in the show because there's kind of a line here in the sand that we all kind of agree on, though it is an unspoken agreement. But this seems like a big deal. Not that the guy got caught, maybe not even that it was happening. What is interesting about this is that there is apparently a very long paper trail. And that paper trail led into the offices of the Michigan Wolverines. Here's the question we're going to debate later in the show, because we've got a texter at the MadWorldAttractions.com text line on 71307, start your text with FAM, who said Michigan should be banned from the playoffs this year, which is interesting because guess who is now the Vegas odds-on favorite to win the playoffs this year? The Michigan Wolverines. Oh, buddy. This is going to get real interesting.
Nope.
Later on in the show, we are going to dive more into this story and talk a little bit about potential ramifications and repercussions, up to and including this being the straw that breaks the camel's back and sends Jim Harbaugh back to the NFL.
Poof.
Gone. Let's take a break. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, it's Tuesday, and it's time to ask who is not real in our
That is not real.
Awards of the Week. We'll hand those out next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, we got a live read right here. Stay right there. We'll be right back.
into a brilliant reality.
The Ink Business Career Card. Learn more at Chase.com.
Ba-dum-bum, ba-bum-bum, ba-dum-bum. Ba-dun, dun, 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 ba-dun, dun, 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 dun. I haven't watched the Raw yet, but I'm really glad Crazy Nikki Cross is back. She's
I
the
haven't
best.
watched any of it. So.
She's the best.
Making sure I write down Aunt Myrtle because I love the Aunt Myrtle thing.
Oh, yeah, I think you got to go Granny, right? Granny Myrtle?
I will see.
I think Granny's more so.
We'll see.
Yeah, I think you got to go Granny.
I also
Granny wants to tell you where the mayonnaise jar is buried in the backyard.
do I use Odie or not because his southern accent is horrible.
It's got to be like
Yeah, it's got to be genuine.
real authentic.
Yeah.
Like straight up microphone next to the peanut boiler in the gas station.
His stoner's pretty good though, so
Yeah.
his stoner could be asking the question. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
You know what you do? You do a commercial. Then later you do a mock phone call between the Irish relative visiting his long-lost Americans in the Deep South and trying to get to know his family via a Southern psychic.
That's a possibility, and it is our Halloween show. So having psychics on the Halloween show.
Coming up on a Super Tuesday episode, Offsides with Mark Ryan and Diesel. Don Munson from Clemson will be joining us. That should be interesting.
Why is he laughing?
Worst ever season combined for Clemson and South Carolina. There's one dominant team in college football this year, and y'all are not giving them the credit they deserve. Plus, how do you do a down season?
Number one for real.
How do you do?
Offsides with Mark Ryan. Upstate.
Listen on the Odyssey app. Search the fan.
It is time to hand out our weekly TMFINR awards. It is time to ask which bleeper is not real, and I have got a list of them for you today from both college and professional football, but I want your nominations as well. You can text them to the madworldattractions.com phone line at 71307, and we will add your justified TMFINR award winners to our list. Let's start.
I did it right.
Did you? First time
It's
this year?
Yeah, it's a struggle. The TMFI, and I just
Of course,
can't.
for those of you that don't know, it stands for
That is not real.
in honor of everybody's favorite crazy plain lady. All right, here we go. Let's start. In the world of the National Football League. Now, I will acknowledge, though, that some of these are handed out not necessarily just because of a stellar performance, but also because of the surrounding conversation or background of said athlete. If they had to overcome something and then turn in a performance that is worthy of the nomination on top of that, they're going to get a love for it as well. Mac Jones, I think, is going to get one. Now, Mac Jones only threw for 272 yards and a couple of touchdowns this week, which in and of itself may not be worthy of what some of you would consider the single most prestigious award in all of sports. But, though, he threw for 275 yards, 272 yards, pardon me, and 2 touchdowns in a New England Patriots upset over Josh Allen and his Buffalo Bills. He outdueled Josh Allen, who went to 65 with 2 tutties and a pick in that one. He took only a single sack. And the New England Patriots, who have been much aligned, who have been consistently in the bottom 5 of the NFL power rankings this year, got a win, just their second on the year, a couple of weeks after getting blanked by the New Orleans Saints. The Patriots.
Ugh, who does that?
Seriously, we suck. The Saints knocked off the Patriots. They turn around a couple of weeks later and get a win over the over the Buffalo Bills. Mac Jones has himself a night despite people asking, should he be benched? And that is why Mac Jones
That is not real.
gets our first TMFINR award. TFNINR award. See, I botched it this time. And what are you going to do? How about a combo award?
This time. So
How about a these mother bleepers are not real? How about Tyrod Taylor and Darren Waller getting a joint TMF INR award. The New York Giants got a win. Was it all that impressive? No. 14-7 over a Washington Commanders team that is frankly not that good. But Tyrod Taylor filling in for the injured Danny Dimes. He went 18 of 29 for 279, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, and he got a lot of help from a tight end in Darren Waller. 7 grabs, 98 yards, and a touchdown. It was National Tight Ends Day in the NFL, and there are a few of them getting TMF INR awards this week, and Darren Waller is one of them. Tyrod Taylor, Darren Waller, the New York Giants.
That is not real.
The Baltimore Ravens went bananas this week. Detroit was a team that we all thought, maybe San Francisco isn't alone in the NFC. Maybe Detroit should be sprinkled into the mix. And then Detroit got it handed to them this weekend. 38-6 was your final in that one. And welcome back to the big time, Lamar Jackson. 21 of 27, 357, 3 touches through the air. He also added 36 and a touch on the ground as well. This is the Ravens we were waiting for. This is the Lamar we were waiting for. Lamar Jackson.
That is not real.
I'm going to give an honorary TMF INR award this week, and I am going to go to a team that has been, again, at the bottom of the power rankings, and they had to go not just to a backup quarterback. They had to go to a backup quarterback who had never been played before. They had to go to a rookie, undrafted backup quarterback who came from a D2 school. They had to go to Tyson Bagent, who went 21 of 29 for 162 and a touch. Now, he got some help from the run game. The Bears rushed for 173 yards and 2 touchdowns, including 16 carries for 89 yards, and both of those touchdowns out of former Carolina Panther Deontay Foreman, a guy who maybe the Panthers would have wanted to keep around if they knew he was going to do this. Doesn't matter. Tyson Bagent, maybe not the most stellar numbers in the world, but he stepped in for the Bears, who got a 30-12 win over the LV Raiders, and that is why the honorary TMF INR
that is not real
goes to Tyson Bagent. What a dub. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand out a season award here because this guy did it again. Yes, his team may not have got the win. The Rams fall 24-17 to a 4-win Pittsburgh Steelers team, but if you are not talking about Puka Nacua, you're not talking about wide receivers. I love Puka. Puka in this game went 8 snags for $154. He's a rook, dudes. We can talk CJ Stroud all you want. Puka Nacua today is your NFL Rookie of the Year. Why? Look at the season my man's having. We are 7 games in. He is sitting on 58 snags, 752 yards, and a pair of touchdowns as a rook so far. Yeah, it's early, but he is your Rookie of the Year front runner. Puka Nacua.
That is not real.
Is not real. Hey, you tell me if this guy gets an award. Because his team, maybe unexpectedly, got their 2nd win on the season. How about these season numbers? I'm going to give you a comparison here. On the season, Patrick Mahomes and this quarterback have both played 7 games. Patrick Mahomes, of course, is 6-1. This quarterback is 2-5. Patrick Mahomes is throwing for a completion percentage of 69 this year. This quarterback, 67. Patrick Mahomes is throwing for 7.5 yards per attempt. This quarterback, 7. Patrick Mahomes, 288 yards a game. This quarterback, 214. Touchdowns, Patrick Mahomes, 15 on the year, 13 for this quarterback. Interceptions, Mahomes has 6. This quarterback has 4, fewer than Patrick Mahomes. QBR on the year, Mahomes' annual rating right now is 101. This quarterback's 99. On the ground, Patrick Mahomes, 214 rushing yards on the season. This quarterback, 171. Mahomes rushing the ball 6.5 yards every time he takes off. This quarterback, 7.4. This quarterback is statistically comparable to Patrick Mahomes. He's behind. He's second to this guy, but he's second to Patrick Mahomes in these categories. and he's real close in most of them. That quarterback, Lonzo, you got to guess who I'm talking about here?
I didn't look at the sheet on this. Was he also on the quarterback's documentary?
No.
Oh, so it's not Kirk Cousins.
It is not Kirk Cousins.
I don't know.
Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson.
Yeah, I'm calling
here.
bogus. I don't believe any of it. These are false numbers. It's not real. Just 'cause-
Graph.
Yeah.
Graph.
You know what I think about your graphs.
You
No,
can say
I
the
just,
numbers
no.
aren't real. I can point to them right here. Russell Wilson has won his second game, and it turns out maybe it's not sheer incompetence.
Russell
Denver
Wilson
Broncos.
has won a second game.
He has. Which says to me the problem in Denver ain't Russell Wilson. I am giving a season-long
That is not real.
to Russell Wilson because he is putting up Mahomes-esque numbers in an incompetent football team.
Mhm.
Russell Wilson, ladies and gentlemen, deserves more credit than he is getting. Let's move to college football, shall we? I am handing out the first one. I am handing out the biggest one to a dude who also decided to celebrate National Tight Ends Day. I am handing out an award, ladies and gentlemen, to Jake Brenningstool, the tight end for Clemson. Why? 5 snags, a $126, and 2 touchdowns. Jake Brenningstool is the reason that Clemson was in this game. It was him in the defense, and he, a 6'5+" tall tight end, went 5 for 126 and 2 tutties. My man
That is not real.
is not real.
You know, and as I'm watching it, I remember hearing many times on the Dabo Swinney call-in show, "Hey, Dabo, why don't we use them tight ends a little bit more?" And they did. And that's,
did.
Yes.
They were in the game.
That guy sounded exactly like that.
They were in the
It
game.
was Clemson Joe, Bob, something. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, 3 running back groups in college football getting TMFI and R awards this week.
You can't blame me for that.
I know,
This is your thing.
I'm well on the
you know?
struggle bus today. Let's start with Missouri's running back core against South Carolina. 220 rushing yards and 3 touches on the ground for the rushing unit. Cody Schrader maybe deserves this award by himself. 26 carries, a $159, and 2 of the 3 touches. Brady Cook had 64 yards on 9 carries, and he scored as well. The Miami rushing back group against Clemson, 211 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Rob, what's a rushing back?
A back who rushes.
Okay. All right.
Predominantly.
Okay.
Rashard Smith, 4 carries for 87 yards, including an 80-yarder that would have been the 3rd rushing touchdown here. Donald Chaney Jr., 17 for 63. Ajay Allen, 16 for 54. And the Oregon rushing backfield. They knocked off Washington State in a bounce-back, get-right victory over the Cougs. Oregon ran the ball for 248 yards. They had not one, but 2 running backs go over the century mark. Bucky Irving, 15 carries, a $129, and a pair of touches. Jordan James, 13 carries for 103. Running backs around college football.
That is not real.
Hey, how about a little bit of honorary in a losing effort? Cameron Ward for Washington State in a very close loss to Oregon. 34 of 438. 438 yards passing against a good Oregon defense. Cam Ward.
That is not real.
J.J. McCarthy of the Michigan Wolverines, 21 of 27 for 287 and 4 touchdowns as the Wolverines roll up on little brothers. Sparty gets dominated 49-0. J.J. McCarthy, now your front runner for the Heisman Trophy, according to Vegas. J.J. McCarthy.
That is not real.
Is not real.
No, his chances are not real because they're a bunch of cheetahs.
I mean, I'm not saying it's going to help him for sure, but performance-wise, dude's killing the game.
Someone whose team is under scandal watch can't win awards. That's a bad look. So
Texter
Too
said
bad.
the Ohio State defense deserves the award. Penn State didn't convert one third down conversion until the final drive. Also, Marvin Harrison Jr.'s career deserves one as well. I'm not going to disagree.
Stop calling him Maserati Marv, though. It just still was kind of annoying. I love Gus, but that was just, no.
Zach says 2 from Cleveland to Indy. Myles Garrett, 9 tackles, 2 sacks, and a strip sack that led to a TD, a pass breakup, and a blocked field goal. Sean Smith and the officiating crew, 2 back-to-back breaking calls that won the game for the Browns. Oh, we're talking NFL officiating later in the show. We got to take a break. We're back after this. I am going to, with a fever pitch, defend Cade Klubnik when we come back on the Rob Brown Show with the Fan Upstate.
By the way, Darth, he would recognize my number, and I have never texted this show. There are other Buckeye fans out there, believe it or not.
4.
No, because it's, part of the law in Ohio and Michigan is we have to move this way eventually. So, ton of Michigan fans here, ton of Ohio State fans here. I see Ohio State fans in grocery stores and other places all the time.
I'm getting a granola bar.
Okay. There is no secret handshake as far as I know, but maybe I'm just not privy to it. I'm disappointed I used the word privy and Rob wasn't in the room. It's a good word.
Subject of racism in the United States is a hot topic, especially in the South in 1979. The Communist Workers' Party was gaining ground in the U.S. as they went city to city to entice black workers to unionize. They scheduled a demonstration in Greensboro, North Carolina, along with some of the local African-American mill workers looking to unionize. The KKK showed up to disrupt the demonstration, and chaos ensued. Both sides pulled guns, and the dust settled. 5 lay dead on the streets of Greensboro. Trials after the murder all resulted in acquittals, calling it self-defense since both sides shot guns. But the investigations didn't stop there. Undercover agents embedded in both the KKK and CWP warned the Greensboro SWAT and FBI of what was to happen, yet they never showed up. One undercover agent was even present in the car with the KKK, and still nothing was done. Another trial.
I just sent you a picture on Twitter. Finn Balor
That's
sent
genuinely
that out.
really funny.
Yeah, but you almost have to look at it a little bit closer to see who's. I mean,
Rhea Ripley as Elaine is kind of hot.
yeah, it's just. I mean, it works. But I'm like, where's Dom? Oh, there he is. But there is someone missing.
Serenity now.
There is someone missing though. Where's Finn Balor? He's not in the picture. Or is Finn is Jerry, is he? For some reason I thought he was what's his name?
No, they're
The
missing
dude with the
their-
really big head.
They're missing their most important
JD
member,
McDonough.
JD
Yeah, for some reason.
Should have made Newman,
Ah, yes. Just lurking in the
and
background
always
somewhere.
busting in when nobody wants him there.
That's right.
You're in a favorite Newman.
Lester, I gotta admit, I love horror movies and stuff. I have never watched a single Saw. I don't know why. I didn't get into it early on, and then now there's 10 of them, and yeah. I am batching it this weekend. Maybe I'll just sit down and watch Saw all day. Probably not. I did watch the first episode of Wrestlers on Netflix yesterday.
Ain't good.
It's kind of sad, but it's also interesting because one of the guys who helped bail out OVW with Al Snow is actually a radio guy, and he's kind of a jerk. It's just like it's but it's his money and he's losing money, and I get that.
He is
And the other dude's the mayor now, and it's all that is. I heard him on Talk is Jericho. It's like, okay, I gotta check this out and see what it is. So I watched one episode, and there's I think like 6. But it's kind of sad because to me, I'm looking at all these people and going, none of you guys are making it to WWE or AEW. And that's what they say is their goal. And I just don't, I mean, it's not just about a look. It's about, I don't know, a lot of drug use. I'm not saying that there's not, I mean, I don't know. It is interesting behind the scenes stuff, though. That's why I wanted to watch. You know, they take you in the writer's room, the struggles for money, trying to get people into the place and all that kind of stuff. Does it? Okay. Well, we were still there. Make sure you tune in this Saturday for our Halloween special. I'm not saying I'm not going to watch anymore. It was one of those where I'm just going to watch a few minutes of it, and then I'm going to go hit the treadmill, and then I end up watching the entire episode. So it held my interest for that long. And then I was tempted to go to episode 2, but I knew if I did, I wouldn't get anything else done. So I guess it's more interesting that I'm giving it credit because we both know what it's like when you go home after doing this shift and you sit down, and then I just ate. Yep. And I stayed awake the entire time. So. But I love the behind the scenes stuff about how things are run, especially in wrestling. Because, I mean, yeah, this is not on the bigger scale, but still, it gives you an idea of how it's done on the indies. And OVW is pretty famous. Mm-hmm. So, and I always liked Al Snow. The head gimmick is something that I thought maybe I could pull that off, you know? I can go out there and act. I can talk. He was saying how he would take it to restaurants, get kicked out of restaurants because he'd get in arguments with the head, you know, to stay kayfabe the whole time. It's just sounds really cool. I think on a smaller scale, Trey.
So there's a lot that's going wrong for the Clemson Tigers this year. I think you don't have to be a lover or hater to say that that is correct. But I'm going to go ahead and tell you that as far as I'm concerned, one of those things is not necessarily Cade Klubnik. Now, I'm not going to sit here and argue and try to convince you that he deserves to be mentioned in the same breath as a Michael Penix Jr. or Jordan Travis or Spencer Rattler or Caleb Williams or Quinn Ewers or DJ Uiagalelei, but I am going to compare the numbers with those guys and try to show you that it ain't on him.
That last one was kind of mean.
Yeah, well, there's a reason for it. And there's a reason that I'm going to bring up first because the conversation has been, oh, look at what you lost, Clemson. Let's look at what you could have had this year. Let's look at a guy that you could have had under center instead of Cade Klubnik, shall we? Yeah, let's do that. On the year, one of these quarterbacks has these numbers. 155 of 244 for 63.5% completion percentage. The other is 106 for 76 for a 60.2 completion percentage. That's lower. One of these two quarterbacks has thrown for 1,684 yards. The other 1,573. That's lower. One of these quarterbacks has thrown for 13 touchdowns, one for 15. The second quarterback is higher in that number, but he's also higher in the interception number, 4 to 3. Ladies and gentlemen, statistically speaking, those higher numbers, with the exception of touchdowns in which one quarterback, the second quarterback, has 2 more, not exactly world-changing through 7 games. Cade Klubnik has the better numbers. Now, Cade Klubnik has a 63.5%.
One of these quarterbacks has more victories than the other.
Again, yes. Is that only a quarterback stat? Is the only thing that's the only person in the room who gets credit for a dub or an L is the quarterback?
Pretty much.
No, that's not how it works. Not at all, right? It's not how it goes. That's a bad way to look at football. It just is. DJ Uiagalelei has a lower completion percentage than Cade Klubnik. He has fewer yards than Cade Klubnik. He does have 2 more touchdowns than Cade Klubnik, 15-13, but he also has 1 more interception than Cade Klubnik, 4-3. The only number where there's a big difference, and this is a number that, again, does take into consideration team talent and ability around them. DJ's QBR is 158.9, Cade's is 136.6. But I do argue every number we're talking about is a team-oriented number. Every quarterback number has to be taken into consideration with what's the talent level of the guys around him? What's the coaching? What's the style of play? What's the competition? So I'm not saying, oh, look, more yards, better completion percentage. That means he's better. What I'm saying is I'm looking at what DJ Uiagalelei did last year at Clemson. Season-long numbers. 229 of 369, a 62.1% completion percentage, 2,521 yards, 22 touchdowns to 7 interceptions. Those aren't atrocious numbers. They're just not what you came to expect out of a quarterback at Clemson. He had a season-long QBR of 135.3 last year. That is almost identical to Cade Klubnik's. Almost identical. It's 1 point lower than Cade Klubnik's this year.
So what you're saying is the fan outcry to get rid of DJ to bring in Cade really did nothing because you basically replaced him with the same guy.
Pretty much.
Okay. All right.
Pretty much.
All right.
Cade Klubnik has a completion percentage this year that is 1% better. He is on pace right now to eclipse DJ's total season yardage by about 250 yards, so 1 game better. 22 TDs last year for DJ, 13 for Cade so far, so that number is going to be similar, although at the pace he's on right now, it's going to be like right on that number. So here's what I've said. I understood the reason that Clemson fans wanted to move on from DJ Uiagalelei. I get it. Because, as we talked about yesterday, look at the string of players that played that position before DJ Uiagalelei. There were a couple of all-time greats. There were a couple of more of really goods. And it's very easy for us to look at that history and go, that's the expectation now. Right? Talked about this with South Carolina earlier. The Tennessee and Clemson wins made, despite the fact that it was a dramatically smaller sample size than the other 22 games that Shane Beamer was in charge for, it became the emotional expectation. The emotional expectation at Clemson was that DJ was just going to step in and pick up right where Trevor left off, who had stepped into the boots of many previous Clemson quarterbacks who just kept picking up and going better.
Well, 2. I mean, you can throw in some lesser quarterbacks who didn't do what Deshaun and Trevor did, like Taj Boyd, some guys that were really good, but they weren't on the level of those 2, and think that should be the expectation. You had two gyms. That is not a chain of
you won't get
quarterbacks
credit,
that are all-time historic. No, I'm giving the credit to Deshaun Watson and Trevor Lawrence. Absolutely. But I don't think you can look at it and go, we expect this every single time. When you didn't have it before, you had 2 back-to-backs and you haven't had it since. You're not Alabama. You're not Ohio State. There's only been a couple schools who can do that as far as quarterbacks go. There are other teams like Georgia who can have a mediocre quarterback here and there, and they're fine. But you can't have a mediocre quarterback in Clemson, or you get 3 losses.
Here's the argument that I'm making. You don't. What you have is a coaching staff that is not getting the best out of these guys. DJ Uiagalelei is now the example. Now, here's the interesting part. If DJ can do what DJ did last year and then go over to Oregon State, and now he is a 6-1 quarterback, a quarterback with one loss to a top 25 team, and a quarterback who is still very much in the thick of a conference championship hunt. Oh, by the way, in the best conference in America right now. The Pac-12 is the best football conference in America in their swan song season, and DJ is playing, I don't know if we want to say elite level football, but certainly top-notch football for the Beavs right now. And yet, here we are. And yes, I will acknowledge, Cade Klubnik's doing it against lesser competition. But statistically speaking, he's doing what DJ's doing, and he's doing it on a team that offensively seems to be mismanaged. DJ at Clemson got run out. And again, I don't fault Clemson fan for doing it, right? It is very easy.
You should fault Clemson fans for doing it.
Here's why. Because it is very easy with the benefit of hindsight to look back and go, well, that was dumb. In the moment, I need you to make a judgment call on the decision in the moment. And in the moment, even I said, I don't think this kid's got it. Now, it turns out he didn't got it, but it's not his fault he didn't got it. It was because the offensive coaching scheme and or position coaching evaluation and development didn't allow him to got it. I do my best to judge decisions not by the outcome of the decision, because that's not fair. That's like saying it was really bad to pick those lottery numbers after you know what the lottery numbers are.
You know what's also not fair is before this, I would have said you can't judge the coaching, but as soon as he was benched and he went bye-bye, I think that's the coaching listening to the fans. And when you start listening to the fans, then you are on your way down.
I don't exclusively know, because on one hand, we got Dabo, who has for years preached loyalty. That's why he hates the transfer portal. Loyalty, 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 which is fine. I get it. It's admirable. Okay? But it's also not realistic. Welcome to the real world. Be an adult. Okay? Be a grown-up. Sometimes loyalty is third or fourth tier.
Joe says Cade has one non-elite stat, but it's responsible for at least one and arguably all three losses. Fumbles. He leads the nation with 8.
You play behind that wet paper towel stack that is the Clemson offensive line,
Rob,
and tell me that you wouldn't drop the ball.
How many fumbles does Spencer Rattler have? And I know I'm doing that thing, but you're comparing offensive lines. That's probably the worst offensive line in football, maybe in all of football, including Pee Wee.
Hang on, I'm looking at it.
And he's not, well.
I agree. It's not as many. It's not as many. However, you got to argue that Spencer Rattler is the same amount of escapability.
We are talking about, no, I don't know.
Yes, you do.
No,
Stop
I don't.
It, Mr. Eye Test.
By the way, again,
if you need one of those two quarterbacks to run the football for you, in what world are you picking Cade Klubnik?
It depends on the situation.
No, it doesn't.
It's situational. It's absolutely
it doesn't.
situational.
Is there anybody out there that's going to tell me that Cade Klubnik can be trusted to be a ball carrier like Spencer Rattler?
Well, no, because he fumbles the ball.
Why?
Because he can't hold on to it.
He hits
because he can't go to the ball.
Because he gets hit harder and more often.
Yeah.
Because A, he's playing behind a bunch of turnstiles. So is Spencer Rattler. But B, he does not have the mobility of Spencer Rattler.
Yeah, but
it's
he,
like saying
but he gets hit harder. He gets hit harder. Come on.
You can use your dork voice if you want, but
it's
I'm right.
It's a geek voice. You're the only one that uses that other word.
But I'm right.
No,
yes, I am.
You're not.
Cade Klubnik.
Right.
Bro, you are comparing a tortoise and a Maserati and saying, well, they're both cars. Yeah, but they're very different, obviously. Just look at them. You're the eye test guy.
You put them both back in the same situation, and Cade's got a better chance of fumbling the ball, not because he gets hit harder, but because he can't hang on to the ball.
Cade Klubnik cannot get away from defenders like Spencer Rattler because he is a taller.
That has nothing to do with hanging on to the ball. It has nothing to do with hanging on to the ball.
Does anyone else hear this? Am I losing my mind right now?
You are. You are losing your mind because you're thinking one way and you're not opening your mind up enough.
No.
Getting hit harder has nothing to do with hanging on to the ball.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
It
So if
doesn't.
you're walking down
It
a
doesn't.
hallway
It
carrying a
doesn't.
football, and then you turn a corner and I slam you into a wall, the same odds of you dropping the ball? Same odds. Because that shouldn't matter.
All right. So next you're going to talk about how maybe Spencer Rattler has bigger hands. And so that's
No.
why he's better able to hang on to the ball.
Is anybody else hearing this?
Yeah. I mean, you got your people coming out for you. That's fine. But you're wrong. It's just,
Yes, ladies and gentlemen,
it's embarrassing.
getting hit hard has nothing to do with dropping the ball.
Yeah,
Nothing.
you're right, Zach. He did. He called me bro.
Yes.
He definitely went Russo.
Yes, it's the
And he's got the same hair movement of Russo and everything. It's you know.
I can't
Hey Rob.
comprehend.
Hey,
yes,
Rob.
we're late for a break.
Yes,
this
yes,
isn't
we
on
are.
me. This one's on you.
How is that on me?
This one's on you.
You're right. It is all my
Is
fault.
nobody hearing this?
Yeah, can we go to break? Because you know, someone's probably in the building by now. Let's go.
I had another segment to do next, but I got to come back to this. Cade Klubnik's not the problem. Clemson, relax. Sports Flash, go.
As Rob leaves the room to find himself, it's
Frustratedly.
NBA opening night with a pair of games lined up. As the Lakers visit the Nuggets and the Warriors host the Suns, the Charlotte Hornets opened their season tomorrow night at home against Atlanta. After his second ejection for an illegal hit this season, the NFL has suspended safety Kareem Jackson for 4 games. Jackson is appealing the decision and could forfeit over $500,000 if the suspension holds up. The Michigan sign stealing scandal has heated up as the NCAA announced it had learned the suspended staffer at its center bought tickets at 11 different Big Ten schools, and people who sat in their seats illegally used technology to record the sidelines of future opponents for entire games. We got more anger coming from Rob's way in just a moment right here on the Rob Brown Show. Drag me through the mud, do whatever you need to do, get angry, call me bro. I'm not changing my mind on this. I'm not. I'm not. If you put Cade behind South Carolina's offensive line, and it has nothing to do with how elusive he is, it's the fact that he can't hang on to the ball. I mean, some of those fumbles had nothing to do with getting hit. They just didn't. Is there like a video out there of every fumble so I can see that he was hit harder? That's what I want to. I want to see that. And I've always said, if I get traded, if I get fired, if any of that, it's always going to be about a Clemson take. Because it's believed that I cannot have a take on Clemson without bias, and that's ridiculous.
Can we talk about Travis and Taylor now, says a texter?
Hey, man, if you would have double broed me, I would have left. All right.
Bro.
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 It's real if you double bro.
It is.
Wow. Look at how late we are. Last year, Trey, I don't think he would have got drafted. This year, I mean, he's definitely going to get drafted if he continues having the kind of season he's having, win or loss. And the fact that he doesn't fumble like someone else does is really going to help him a bunch.
I'm not laughing. If Taylor Swift was coming to watch me do my show, y'all would get nothing but Award-winning broadcast.
I see. I don't think so. I think the nerves would be such that there would be some problems. I'd be nervous if Taylor come to watch the show if Travis was with her. Because of the dump button, I'd have to be ready for the dump button.
Yeah.
So well, he manages to keep it fairly clean when he's on Saturday Night Live, so it is a possibility. Gable's in the first break.
I think he's got a good entertainment business head on him, you know? I think he gets it.
Me either, Joe.
Number 3. That's how many hours this is. I don't know why I said number 3. The third hour.
Because you're still hyped.
swimming.
You're still angry.
The head is swimming.
You've hit that grumpy stage where you're sleepy and you're reacting in an irrational way.
It's real warm in this room.
It is still warm. I mean, you could open the door, but then there'll be complaints.
Correct.
Which I don't care about, but you do, because I'll just get louder.
So this Michigan sign stealing story has grown bigger legs at this point. If you have not been following this story, it's very interesting. It started off a few days back when the reports came out that Michigan had a staffer in-house that had been going to games of other Big Ten opponents and stealing signs. And that in and of itself was interesting. My initial reaction to that was, I mean, yeah, right? It's like speeding on the interstate. Everybody does it. Everybody's going to tell you they don't, and we all do. But much like speeding on the interstate, there's limitations. If I'm going 5 over and somebody passes me in the left lane and they're doing a little bit more than me, it's like, all right, man, go on. I use them for what I call the speed shield, right? I'm going to let you get up a few hundred yards, and then I'm going to match your speed. And that way, if there's a friendly state trooper on the other side of that next hill, you're going to take the radar bump, not me.
By the way, that works. There's an exception, though, if you're driving a sports car.
Oh, yeah. Well,
because then they're going to get you, even if you're not.
If you're asking for it.
Even if you're not the lead car, you're still going to get pulled over.
If you're driving that cherry red Sportster, yes, you are going to get the look-see.
Red. Ugh. Who would want to do that?
There's a difference, though, right? If I'm doing 70 and a 65 and you go by me at 75, hey, like, all right, that's like you're going a little above and beyond. That's your risk. I'm happy for you to take.
I don't know what road you're on. It's usually like 100 passing me up.
If I'm doing 70 and a 65 and you blow by me at the century mark, that's the spot where I'm getting on the horn, dialing star SCHP or whatever.
No, you're not. Are you?
100?
Are you really?
If you are going 100, yes.
You're that guy.
I have lost people to high-speed wrecks on the interstate by people driving like jerks.
I get that. I do. I get that, but, you know.
So you're catching that smoke, okay? You speed a little bit, whatever. You do 80, I'm like, all right, about border limit, that's fine. You go by me by 100, yep, that's where the cops are getting involved, right? Because you're unsafe at that point. Anything goes wrong, you're hitting somebody else on the interstate, all right? Driving to Charlotte not too long ago. I went up to Charlotte for...
Speaking of Charlotte, we have a guest in the next
Yes, we do. Will Palaszczuk, voice of Charlotte FC, is going to be joining us here momentarily. I went up to Charlotte a couple of weeks ago for... whatever I went up to Charlotte for, I forget. Anyway.
Illuminati meeting.
Yes, that's it. On the way up to Charlotte. Oh, the Burns game against Huff High School. That's what I was up there for. About a third of the way up through Charlotte, you go through the Death Chute, which is where the interstate has the concrete barriers on both sides, and they are like on the barrier, like on the roadside. You know what I mean? There's 8 inches of margin for error there. And a guy was weaving in and out of that at like 85. 95 on open interstate, not a big deal. 85 through that part of the interstate, you're a psychopath and you're putting other people in danger. Because if you start ping-ponging off of those concrete barriers, you're taking somebody down. Now, Texter said, Alonzo really shocked that Liberob is a narc. I'm not a narc unless you go bananas, all right?
I don't think that's exclusive to any political party.
Yeah.
I think if you're a narc, you're a narc.
Fine, call me a narc.
Well, you got narc hair right now. You got like 21 Jump Street hair right now. It gets a little bit longer than you're beyond that.
Hello,
so.
fellow kids. So, anyway, it is not that Michigan was looking at the sidelines and seeing if they could figure out a sign or two, because I'm relatively sure that everybody does that. I'll be real with you. One of my favorite things is when they show the coaches on the sideline giving signals right before play. I will sit there and look at them and see if I can maybe figure something out.
I wonder if that's a baseball fan kind of thing. So if you're a really big time baseball fan, you're just so used to trying to figure out signs that you do it with other sports.
I like playing detective. I like seeing if I can figure something out. Escape rooms, love them. Judge me. I'm an enormous dork, but I love them because I like being able to figure out a puzzle. All right. So I don't have an issue with it. That's kind of the speeding on the interstate. Everybody's looking across. And if they see a quarterback, a backup in the green jersey, tap the top of his helmet, and that ends up being a bubble screen, and you can put 2 and 2 together, now you know. That's fine. That's one thing. Apparently, the staffer for Michigan, who goes by the incredible name of Connor Stallions.
Tell me his middle name or his nickname is Wild.
Connor Stallions apparently bought tickets to more than 30 games at 11 different Big Ten schools. And how did the NCAA and the Big Ten find out about this? Because those 11 Big Ten schools went through the records and went, oh yeah, that dude bought tickets in his name to our home games. But then it gets better. Not only did he buy those tickets, but to those games, he bought tickets on both sides of the stadium, looking directly across at the 2 opposing teams. And then Connor Stallions, because, buying the tickets in his name, clearly a supervillain genius here. Connor Stallions sent other people to these games who are now caught on video holding their phones up and recording the coaching staff for the entire football contest.
I am curious, when those other people showed up, did they also go by the name of Connor Stallions?
No, I don't know. I have no idea. So, the scope of the University of Michigan's alleged sign stealing operation not only includes video evidence of these people using prohibited electronics to steal signs, but also apparently includes a paper trail that leads into the offices of the University of Michigan Athletics Department. Ladies and gentlemen, I got news. If that paper trail leads into the UM Athletic Department office, it's getting connected to the coaching staff. There's no way it doesn't.
Jimmy, what you been doing?
I got asked the question by my baseball co-host, Cody Decker, last week. Could Jim Harbaugh end up back in the NFL? And my answer now is, because if this gets tied to Harbaugh coming off of that 3-game suspension from this season because of what happened during the COVID year, Jim Harbaugh is not getting a slap on the wrist. He's catching a Sean Payton full-year suspension.
So Jim Harbaugh to the Panthers next year.
I don't know about that, but to the NFL for sure. The NCAA is expected, by the way, from those other 11 Big Ten schools to receive more video evidence of illegal technology used in scouting tied to tickets purchased by Stallion, according to sources, says ESPN. As opposing Big Ten schools looked up in-stadium surveillance video from a game earlier this year, and sources said the person in the seat of the ticket purchased by Stallions held his smartphone up and appeared to film the home team sideline the entire game. We know that Stallions purchased tickets on both sides of the stadium across from each bench for Ohio State's game with Penn State this past weekend. This 4 days ago, right? 4 days ago.
Can they confiscate? Well, those phones have already been broken. Probably.
100%.
Yeah.
Those files have been transferred. Now, here's the question mark is, are they going to be able to track who these videos got sent to? Because the smart thing here The smart thing for Connor Stallions would be to take those videos, to put them on a thumb drive, and to hand them off to somebody in the athletic department who would then go to a off-the-network computer and watch those videos on their own time.
Discrete location, caps low, glasses on.
Like a Marvel superhero in the scenes where they don't want to be a superhero.
So if you are Penn State and Ohio State, do you try to vary and change up your signs now, since you know that guy was in the stadium?
I don't think you have a choice, but here's the problem. The problem is, how deep are you in this season that you now have to just make up signs for everything now? You've got to change all your signs. And while you got a week before your next game and you got a couple of gimmies between here and the next big time competition, what are the odds you get out there and this used to be a screen and now it's this, and your quarterback goes, oh crap, I forgot what that was.
Which one? Let me ask the center, because he's the smartest guy out there. Maybe he'll know.
So Stallions did not respond to ESPN's request for a comment. Michigan on Monday reiterated that it is unable to comment further due to ongoing investigation. They said, quote, the Big Ten Conference considers the integrity of competition to be the utmost importance due to the ongoing nature of the NCAA investigation. The conference has no comment at this time. That is obviously from the Big Ten. My question here is, after sources told ESPN of a, quote, elaborate scouting system, end quote. And oh, by the way, there's a video. Oh, goodness. Was it Rutgers? It was Rutgers head coach from last year, either last year or year before. And he's leaving the field.
Yeah, what's his name? Who's
Schiano.
Schiano. Yeah, I saw that yesterday, I think.
Yeah. In fact, you know what? See, can you see if you can, real quick, if you can't, no big deal, but see if you can dig that audio up, because we got to go to break in like 3 minutes. See if you can buzz our beat to find that audio. There's a video of Schiano coming off the field doing his halftime interview. And I think it's maybe Michelle Lafoya. It doesn't matter. Sideline interview was like, hey, what's going on? And he was like, there's some weird stuff going on here. There's some off the cuff stuff. There's some stuff that we can't talk about happening in this game against Michigan. And at the time, it felt a little kooky, mysterious, felt a little weird. And now all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute. Did Greg know? Did Rutgers know? Did this team know? Because it's one thing to come out and go, they're doing this. Do we have it?
I think so. Again, I'm playing it without.
Yeah, we're going to take a stab. Check if this is it. Check out this interview with Schiano.
Penalties for your team in the first half, some that cost you. How do you clean that up in the second half?
Well, there's some stuff going on out there, so we just got to slow it down a little bit. There's some things going on that aren't right as well, so we'll talk about how to handle it.
That takes a fun little twist now, doesn't it? So here's my question. If this investigation comes out and they are able to not only prove this is happening, but track it back to coaches, right? If they are able to connect the dots between Wild Stallions and Jim Harbaugh's staff, this staff was very clearly and evidently looking into this scouting, this research that is illegal by the Big Ten and the NCAA. Michigan is the Vegas odds-on favorite to win the national championship now. Would they pull them? Would they ban them from the postseason this year? Or would they do what they have always done and be feckless? Word of the week here on the show. What W-E-E-K, not W-E-A-K.
It's feckless is a very good word.
It is a great word. Would they be feckless and say, we're going to let you finish out this year, but you're banned from postseason games for 2-3 years going, keeping in mind that Michigan is a top 5 recruiting class.
You cannot have your national champion under this kind of scrutiny. You cannot do that for your sport. You just can't. I don't know what they do.
It's a terrible look, right?
It's got to be a postseason ban. If they have as much information as they say they do, and this thing gets worse, like we were talking about earlier, the Michigan players can't be eligible for a Heisman. You cannot do that. If all this stuff is true, and it seems like it is, this is it's bad.
Here's my big question. Michigan plays Ohio State at the end of the year. Michigan, Ohio State is 2 undefeated teams. Only one can go to the Big Ten championship game and give themselves a little style points to make it to the playoffs. Do you force Michigan to forfeit the rest of this season? That's 110,000 people at every home game that go to that community. That is playoff implications, not just for Michigan.
Yeah, but you know what
for
that
Penn State and Ohio State as well.
But you know what that is? That shows you the severity of the crime and what the NCAA is willing to do. If you do the crime, you do that. No one's doing this again, at least not for a while.
I mean, this is very interesting. We're going to talk more
And
about
yes,
this
there's a
later in the
part
show.
of me that wants it to happen because it's Michigan. I'm not going to act.
Do you want to lose that rivalry game, though? Do you not want to play Michigan if they have to forfeit games?
We can't play you because your coach cheated.
Or you play it, but it's just an auto win in the calendar for Ohio State.
No, you don't.
wanna
You don't want to
lose.
do that because the players know
what
it
I'm saying.
doesn't. No, that could get ugly.
Oh, I don't disagree.
Yeah.
This is wild, man. There's some big time ramifications we got to talk about. We will later on in the show. Texter said, had no idea the cameras in the stadium could pinpoint the seats. Thank God they didn't catch me ripping fireball in the stands. I mean, who would do that?
Yeah. No one cares about you the way they care about that. Wow. Was that an admission?
No,
I'm talking about the texter. I'm talking.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely the
Yeah,
texter
yeah, the
and
texter
definitely
for
not me.
sure.
Will Palaszczuk is the voice of Charlotte FC and the MLS. He's also an alum of this here radio station. He is going to join us in the next segment because Charlotte FC on to the MLS playoffs, and we will talk about that next with Willie P on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Tables.
All right, guys, live read, and then we're going to get Will Palaszczuk on the line. You guys stay there. We'll be right back. right, dudes and dudettes. Thanks for hanging in there.
Note his enthusiasm. It's just
Great enthusiasm.
Yeah, it's like, and we're back. Will had a great point though. If Michigan was completely dissolved, it would take away the joy of beating Michigan, even though I don't know what that is for the last couple of years. And he's right.
Oh, yeah.
Good morning. Good morning.
Once is enough. Welcome
Good
back.
morning.
The Rob Brown Show is on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate, ladies and gentlemen. It is playoff football time in Major League Soccer, and we are now honored to be joined on the radio broadcast by not only the voice of Charlotte FC, but perhaps maybe more illustrious, an alumni of this here radio station, Will Palaszczuk, joins us here on the show. Willie P, what's up, big fella?
What's going on, Rob Brown? I miss a lot of things about the Upstate. I do not miss Woodruff Road. That's about it.
I will tell you there's nothing to be missed. It is, in fact, probably worse than you left it, pal.
I can confirm it's worse.
Wow, what a mess. What a mess.
Yeah. I mean, you're right. There are many things to miss. Woodruff Road is the equivalent of just running face to face into a brick wall and then realizing there's nowhere else to go.
I'd rather open mouth kiss a toad than be on that road ever again.
I'm not mad at that. That is the correct decision. Will Palaszczuk is the voice of Charlotte FC. Charlotte knocking off Inter Miami and Leo. And I got to tell you, first off, Will, what was the atmosphere in that stadium? Because I know, I've actually not made it, and I'm very upset to say, to a Charlotte FC match, with the exception of when Chelsea came to visit in that friendly last season. But Leo Messi, everywhere that cat has been, he has been filling up NFL stadiums with folks wanting to watch him play. But I also know Charlotte has done a pretty good job of bringing fans into the stands in the South, which I love as a soccer guy. What was the atmosphere? And because of that, just how big was that win over Miami this weekend?
Well, it had all the pageantry of our first ever home game, which had 74,000 at the time, was a MLS record. And then it had all the intensity of what you'd want out of a decision day match, especially when you put in the factor that Miami really had nothing to play for and Charlotte FC had everything to play for, including the fact that they needed some help. So it really just kind of was almost a collision of worlds, so to speak. I would say that the breakdown of the crowd was probably a tinge more toward Charlotte FC fans than it was toward Miami fans, although there was plenty of pink and black in the stands, which, I mean, I didn't hate, but I liked sending them home with tears, put it that way. But it was real great. I could even tell you from a security aspect, some of the normal things that we do before a game, like go out on the pitch, check things out. A lot of that was maybe curtailed a bit because they had a significant security presence around the Inter Miami locker room, which is right in the way of where we go onto the field from the tunnel. So that was a little bit of something extra to have to negotiate because they didn't want anybody getting close to Messi, put it that way. And but even so, I really love the way Charlotte FC handled their business, and it was in a way, Rob, that quite frankly we hadn't seen them do to this point of the season. They got an early goal and they held throughout. If you followed Charlotte FC, their late game, I would say, drama has very much not been short. They've had a lot of unfortunate situations where they've relinquished leads, relinquished tie scores in order to unfortunately change the result. So I really loved Charlotte FC's resolve. I love their ability to defend. And one thing that Ashley Westwood told me yesterday that I found somewhat fascinating is that they've lightened the load on the back line by doing a lot more of the heavy high press. And it's not only created greater chances for them in the opposition half, but it's also helped them gain a bit of I would say, freshness in the latter parts of these games because that back four is not having to defend nearly as strenuously as they may have in the past.
This team, you mentioned the late game, will say struggles. There have been some spots where let me put it this way. Well, I don't want to say there have been spots where the moment has been too big for Charlotte FC, but there have certainly been some moments where the pressure felt on. You're moving on to the MLS playoffs where that pressure is going to be there for a full 90 plus every single match. What has been the mentality? Because I think there's only 3 losses in the last 3 months, but the ones that have come have been those kind of late game breakdowns. So when you know MLS playoff pressure is going to be there as much as it is in any regular season match, has there been a shift in mentality? Has this squad learned a little bit from those moments to be able to handle the pressure in the playoffs?
I think they have, and I think the opponent they have ahead of them tomorrow night is a perfect example of one that you really can't relax against. I think that the matchup from Charlotte FC's perspective is a favorable one just because of the fact that you're playing a team in New York that doesn't like to possess the ball. They're afraid of the ball. They're very much trying to press you high, very much like Charlotte FC is, and force you into making your own mistake. And Charlotte FC is actually very comfortable with possessing the ball, and that's why I think these two teams, when they've played in their 5 previous iterations, have produced some very entertaining soccer. It's going to be physical. New York loves to play long and direct and win the ball in the air, and I also feel like it is going to give Charlotte FC a feel like they can never take their foot off the gas. I think there are some times where teams will lull you to sleep and give you a false sense of security. I don't think you're going to have that. I think you're always going to kind of have that wake-up call. You're always going to be alert during this game. So I think that having that, again, I'm not saying it guarantees a win, but I do feel like it guarantees your focus. And one other thing that the captain, Ashley Westwood, said yesterday was that this team really, I think, bottled something during the Leagues Cup in that they really know how to play when there's urgency. And honestly, football of this nature where you're not afraid to draw and the draw goes straight to penalty kicks, that actually suited Charlotte FC pretty well because they were able to get 2 victories in penalty shootouts against both FC Dallas as well as Cruz Azul on their way to the round of 8 in that tournament. So I'm not saying that currently guarantees Charlotte FC's success, but they've done well with this model.
Will Palaszczuk is the voice of Charlotte FC, joining us here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Last time we got together with New York, Charlotte FC took an early 2-0 lead. I think they had both goals netted by the 19th minute, and about an hour and some change in, they gave 2 right back. Talk to me a little bit about that particular match, if you can, and what lessons you think this side will have learned between then and now that will help them in playoff round number 1.
Well, the thing that's doomed Charlotte FC a lot of times, it isn't even really the organizational aspect. It's what I would call individual errors, and the way that Christian Lattanzio likes to play. I mean, if you watch Tottenham Hotspur play in the Premier League, the models are very similar. I wouldn't say they're like for like, but it basically is a lot of zonal man marking, and as a result, if one person doesn't hold their spot, it allows other people to come back in behind, and that's unfortunately been something that's a bit of a bugaboo from Charlotte FC's perspective this season. And I also feel like you have a scenario where on Saturday, I should say, they actually were probably a lot more man marked than zonal marked. So maybe that's a change in philosophy from Christian Lattanzio with this group. And the other thing too about that game, Rob, is it was so long ago. I mean, I feel like the Red Bull game is ages and eternities ago. I mean, that's before they got Breck Diahare, that's before they got Arfield, before they got Yara Ornin. So a lot of Charlotte FC's summer transfer window insertions will play a bigger part in this one than maybe they did, or at least assuredly that they did in that final matchup against Red Bulls. And I think that also creates a lot of, I would say, intrigue from the other side of perspective, because we haven't seen Red Bulls play. And quite honestly, when we saw them earlier in the year, yeah, they were getting the 2 goals, but they were far from finished product. They had just gotten rid of their first head coach of the year in Gerhard Struber. They've at least stabilized a little bit under Troy Lesane, who's a West Columbia native, I would add, Brooklyn Casey High School. But at the same time, they're not exactly satisfied to be in this spot, and they feel like their season's been a bit of a failure. I'm wondering where their mentality comes into this one, because I feel like the fan base for them has had a lot of apathy. I'm not expecting what I would call a ravenous crowd tomorrow night in Harrison, New Jersey. I feel like it's a scenario of motivation where Charlotte FC feels like they earned something. And while Red Bulls kind of had to settle for something, if you will, they only have 2 designated players of the 3 that they're allowed on their roster, and only one is really playing in any good form right now. That's Luquinhas, who got the penalty goal against Nashville. So this could be a scenario of where form is for these teams might end up being what wins out for whoever wins this contest on Wednesday night.
Will Palaszczuk is the voice of Charlotte FC. They get their MLS playoff campaign started tomorrow night on the road against New York Red Bulls. I think if we have to go, and I'll see if you agree with me on this, man of the match in the last one, it's got to be Christian Kalina in goal, who had some absolute heroics down the stretch to keep Inter Miami off the board and keep Charlotte FC in the playoffs. How important has he been in the net to this squad down the stretch?
You could have given it to one of two guys on Saturday, I would think, Rob. Kalina, though, I feel like the other one would have been Karen Vargas, who got the goal and really has had real good play of late, got goals in back-to-back games against Miami. But Kalina is the one, I think that's the right choice. 3 big saves there at the end, including one that initially by the referee was ruled as a goal kick, and he really just got the teentiest bit of the fingertips on it to go over the far post. And I feel like he's been somebody for Charlotte who's been their best player over their last 4 contests. I think that he unfortunately gets, again, left off to dry in the Wednesday fixture with Miami, but the other 3 contests, he's been pitch perfect. He's had clean sheets in all 3 of those contests, 3 of the last 4 to conclude the regular season. I would say that the first 2 games against Toronto and Chicago were teams that I feel like Charlotte FC matched up well against, so Kalina did not have to do necessarily a lot of work, but I think Saturday was his definite master class, and you've seen him also do things that we didn't see him do during the season. A lot of times he got himself caught in no man's land with the way Charlotte FC loves to press high, as I mentioned before. And it's put him in some scenarios where he maybe has been afraid to commit to be a super keeper, but now he's at least found his bearings in doing that, so to speak. And it is very much prevented a lot of longer challenges. A lot of times teams try to play Charlotte FC over the top because they'll play a high line of confrontation with an offside trap. And it is given Kalina a lot more responsibility in the back, but he is now taken to that responsibility, and in the process as well made some pretty high dollar saves, including 2 big ones in that match against Miami, the one that I mentioned with the fingertips, and then on a sharp angle set piece against the greatest player in the world, able to get a little bit of it, put it off the underside of the crossbar. I still have no idea how that ball did not go in, because that one was one of the more nerve-wracking parts of the match, but he was the Croatian Wall, as he's come to be known.
Love it. All right, Will Palaszczuk, we got about 60 seconds left. So this is a Charlotte FC side that has 0 wins against Eastern Conference playoff teams in almost 6 months. They have 0 home field matches, no matter what they do in these playoffs. And there is 1 road win since back in May. That's all the unfortunate reality. Talk to me optimistically here. If there is a path for Charlotte FC to make a run, what is the key to that?
Well, I think it's you got to get yourself to. You're going to have to figure out how to win on the road. Obviously, that's the biggest issue right now. And Charlotte FC is only guaranteed, if they get beyond this side, 1 home game and 1 home game at all. That would be in the best of 3 Eastern Conference quarterfinal series against Cincinnati if they get beyond Wednesday. So it's going to have to be taking care of your business, finding a way to win on the road, and trying to do everything you possibly can to have that atmosphere almost kind of fuel you. I think that you saw something of a chip on the shoulder of Charlotte FC when they saw all the pink jerseys in their own stands on Saturday. And while it was definitely a home game in Prosper, I would say that it was very much a divided mind scenario when it came to that building. And I think Charlotte FC used that fuel. They used that motivation to their advantage, and they defended together. And like I said, you mentioned the unfortunate run of play and MLS play when it comes to being on the road. During the Leagues Cup that I had mentioned before, everything they played was on the road. They played 1 home game in that entire tournament. It was home against Necaxa, and everything else happened in Dallas and Houston. So Charlotte FC really, I think, bonded together as part of that. And again, I think you have to be able to use urgency as a fuel. And I think that Charlotte FC, when they've had that motivating tactic, they've been a very different team than I think their largesse form has shown. And I'm really, really curious to see how it plays out tomorrow night in New Jersey.
Will Palaszczuk is the voice of Charlotte FC. It is his voice you will hear if you tune in tomorrow when Charlotte FC gets their playoff streak started on the road at New York Red Bulls. He is also, and dare I say maybe more importantly, and alumni of right here on this here radio station. Will, my guy, great to have you on, buddy. Go get that dub in New Jersey tomorrow. We'll do it again next week and talk about the next one.
Thank you, Rob. Appreciate you guys.
You know it, buddy. That is Will Palaszczuk joining us here on the show. We got to run to a break. When we come back here in just a minute, we'll wrap up hour number 3 on the radio broadcast. Got a few more things I want to get into, including an interesting little tidbit regarding the NFL officiating in that Sunday night Miami game that was bad, that has got the NFL looking bad. Tell you what that is when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. We'll see if Lonzo's logic that soccer talk makes things break is correct. I'll be back in just a minute, guys. Don't go away.
I'm Chuck Sanders with the Sports Flash on the Fan Upstate.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider is
tell the
thousands
difference
of
in the
people like
hallway.
you who think they can't afford term life insurance.
On the temperature?
Yeah.
Yeah.
$1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need
It's
to do is
just
call
too comfortable.
800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer.
Stop generalizing, Keegan. We like the NBA. I've watched some Wembayama stuff, and
Dude is a cheat code.
he is. He
Dude
is.
a cheat code.
Yeah, let's see him in the actual game, though, not preseason. I'm not. He probably will play that well. I just.
And crossing people up.
Yeah, it's kind of.
It's unfair.
It is nasty, but still.
Like, he's unreal.
Exciting new relief is here for pain from arthritis, knee pain.
Unfortunately, a lot of times when you get excited about a phenom, something happens and they get hurt or something. So I don't want to see that. But he's been playing for a while, right? In Europe. So he should be. That's wrong, Keegan, but it's close. You have the same problem that I do. It's just like a letter that's wrong.
Yeah, I don't know what etagram you're going there for, Keegan.
I think Rob's the only one that gets it, which works for him, you know, being the only one that can say it, because I can't. I keep trying. Every week I think I got it, and I still have to now look at the rundown to write it down correctly.
TMFINR. It's easier if you say it in your head. Do you cuss in your head? That's a genuine question.
No.
No? Not even in your head? When you hear say MF, like you just
I just see letters. I'm not trying to figure out what the letters are. I'm not. If I were, I probably could figure it out a lot easier. Too early to be figuring out what that is. We have the thing on Saturday, Upstate Pulse annual Christmas karaoke special, which no one else can seem to say. But I've said it so many times. I used to have a number in there, but since I can't remember how many years I've actually been on the air with the show, I'll say 8. No, it's been 7. No, it's been 6. And I'll go back and prove it, and people still want to fight me on it. But, you know, because fighting me is fun for some reason. Yes, because I am a zombie, Steven, especially today, which is weird.
You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a
All right.
consolidation.
Now, thank you, because now I'll be thinking of that every single time. He hasn't read it yet, so. I believe when he does read that thing that he also will think it's funny. Right now, me speaking, all I hear is blah, 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 blah. Must concentrate on what typing is doing now.
Well, I'm setting up. I got to get stuff fixed before Burns Friday, and we're in the midst of taking care of that. All right. That massive Frenchman right there is not real.
I got it now because I'm going to be thinking massive Frenchman every single time.
Skrilla, to answer your question, I just want to see the Phillies lose. I don't particularly care when it is. It would be fun to see it in like Game 7 of World Series.
So you're not going to root for the team to beat your team?
No.
I
Or
mean,
are you going to root for Michigan to win the Natty if they beat Ohio State?
Absolutely not.
Thank you very
but
much.
They're not winning this year because
Thank you
they're
very
not
much.
even going to be in college football anymore.
Just in college football.
All M's will be
They
struck
shan't
from
exist anymore.
Yeah, no more M's in college football. So if you're in Minnesota, it's going to be Minnesota. The M's are just going to be gone. They've besmirched the name and besmirched it of college football. Maize will also be stricken from the color palette. No more maize. You can't get rid of blue, though, because, you know, sky is blue.
All right, wrapping up hour number 3 of the Rob Brown Show here on the Fan Upstate. There is some information that has come to light in the National Football League that has caused a bit of a stir in that Sunday night football game between the Miami Dolphins and the Philadelphia Eagles, a contest that many of us thought could theoretically, potentially, maybe with the dice rolling the right way, be a Super Bowl preview question mark, they asked, reasonably, I think. Well, there were some calls down the stretch, as there were in other games this weekend. The Indianapolis game is one of them. There were some calls that seemed to influence the game that I don't think it is unfair to label as questionable. I think questionable is a more than fair word. Well, there was a little bit of information that came to light. Wow, struggling here. That came to light. And that information that came to light is that one of the officials in this game, a guy by the name of Dwayne Height, Heydt, if you want to look him up. Dwayne Height was the umpire on the crew. That's the white hat. That's the guy in charge, the dude who makes the calls, makes the signals, etc. Well, in that game, Dwayne Height made critical calls in multiple spots in the game, including a hold that took a touchdown off the board for Miami and a roughing the passer penalty on Christian Wilkins that gave a first down in a very interesting spot for the Philadelphia Eagles. Well, it turns out there's a couple of things going on right now. Number one, Dwayne Height is a Philadelphia native. Dwayne Height grew up about 6 miles away from the current Lincoln Financial. Dwayne Height grew up an Eagles fan. Noted. Now, that in and of itself is not the end of the world. There's a lot of referees who grew up in the shadow of NFL stadiums who had a favorite team who are still able to turn in a decent game. That would be potentially somewhere that I go, all right, maybe relax, maybe calm down. But we got to go back to January 30th of 2017. There was an ACC championship game that took place in 2017, and Dwayne Height at the time was a college football referee. Dwayne Height was supposed to referee that game, but he did not. He did not referee that game because due to what was eventually deemed unethical officiating choices throughout the regular season, the ACC suspended and removed Dwayne Height and his crew from said ACC championship football game. This is a guy who has already gotten in trouble at a different level, but already gotten in trouble once for unethical officiating. Now, I am not saying that the calls that got made in this game were incorrect. They were. But I'm not saying that. What I am saying is this is a real bad look for the league. It is a bad look for the league when you have a longtime Eagles fan who has already been suspended once in his career for unethical officiating to be officiating an Eagles game and to come up in a second half, by the way. Second half fun stat for you. In the second half, the Miami Dolphins were called for 8 penalties over the course of the back 30. You know how many calls won against Philadelphia in that same stretch? 0. None. Nada. 9. Now, is it possible that Philly was just playing a real clean game and Miami was super duper dirty? Sure, it's possible. Anything's possible. Is it likely? No. Not really. Not really. It's not likely that one team committed 0 penalties and the other committed 8 because one team is just super disciplined and the other is a mess. Especially not Mike McDaniel's squad, a team that has not been penalized that often this year. At least not in high-pressure spots. They've been a pretty clean football team by and large. So, this is when people wonder why it is that some of us are all in for going robo-ump as soon and thoroughly as possible. This is why. Now, robo-umps in football are not as easy as it would be in baseball. Because in baseball, 90% of the calls are not subjective calls. It's either a ball or a strike. There is no gray area where it could be a ball or a strike, or at least it's not supposed to be. There is with human umps. It's either a ball or it's a strike. It's either letters to chest or letters to thigh and inside or outside the black. It's a strike or it's a ball. And a guy is either out or safe at a bag. There's no subjective thought here. Either the tag is good or it's not. The runner is out or safe. In football, there's a lot of subjectivity. A holding call to one dude might not be to another. Now, I do think it becomes part of what the NFL needs to do a better job of defining these things, because I think we as fans, fair, foul, it's up to you, have accepted that subjectivity is part of the game. But it is part of the game. Here's what I will say. When I have situations like this one, where a guy who grew up in the shadow of Lincoln Financial as an Eagles fan who has already been suspended once for unethical officiating is officiating an Eagles game that matters like a lot against Miami, and you end up in a second half where the Dolphins get called for 8 and the Birds get called for 0 penalties, that's a real bad look. So the NFL, as far as I'm concerned, has one of 2 options. Number 1, come out with a tape and explain to us why the 8 penalties against Miami were all bona fide and there were none against Philly, or say we made a mistake putting this guy on that game.
All right, this game was in Philly, right?
Correct.
He feared for his life. I mean, there's that.
And that, honestly, it's Philly. I wouldn't have a problem with that. All right? I wouldn't have a problem with that. But it's a bad look, dude. It's a real bad look. Let's take a break. When we come back here in just a minute after the Sports Flash, there is a college football analyst that I like a lot. I'm a big fan, and I mean that. And I'm a little bit afraid of this segment because I'm going to butt heads with him a little bit, but I got to do it. And we'll do it after the Sports Flash from the great one.
Oh, that's me. The Texas Rangers knocked off Houston 11-4 last night on the back of a 4-hit, 5 RBI night from Aroldis Garcia, who hit 2 home runs to help secure a trip to the World Series. The National League team will be selected tonight when Arizona and Philadelphia play a Game 7. The D-backs will throw Brandon Pfaadt against Phillies Ranger Suarez. That's Brandon Pfaadt. There are now only 2 one-loss teams in the NFL as the Minnesota Vikings handed the 49ers their second loss last night. Kirk Cousins threw for 378 yards and 2 touchdowns, while Jordan Addison scored twice with 123 receiving yards in the win. Tune in Thursday night at 7:30 for Thursday Night Football as the Bills take on the Bucs on your home for the NFL, the Fan Upstate. La 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 la. No, man, I'm sleepy. This is hitting me hard today for some reason. I don't know why. Thanks for asking, though, Stephen. The problem is the air hasn't kicked on in this room, and I know we've talked about it a couple of times, but it's that kind of, it's napping warmth. Usually when we get here, we crank up the AC and the AC cranks up, but today it has not done that. There's probably a 10 to 15 degree difference walking out into the hallway. I mean, it's not warm enough to make your underwear wet, but almost. Almost. It's like on the edge of it. It's not. It is causing me to struggle a little bit. I got to be honest. I stammered a little bit on that last one, but.
So.
I am not a professional orator.
I went to the restroom there during the break.
Did you like stay in there because it's so cool?
No. I got out of there as quickly as I can.
Because,
you go into a community restroom and
people do what they do in there.
Occasionally you're going to hear people doing what they do in there. And so I went in there, and it's not that I don't expect to hear the occasional plop. You just do. It's a community restroom and people got to go. It's one thing to hear the occasional plop. Maybe somebody breaks a little wind while they're in the process. There's just something about when you hear
rectal explosion.
No,
sorry.
Worse. This is somehow worse. I don't know why it's worse, but it's worse.
Worse than splatter?
You hear them grab the guardrail, put a hand on the door because you hear that little click with the door, like when it pushes against the frame. And you hear not just the, but then you hear the plop and
you mean the relief?
The full spectrum.
Hey, the
whole process.
You should be happy for them.
Audible.
Yes, they went through a struggle. You should be supportive. Like,
good on them for having that moment because
you should have said, "There you go," and it's just some applause as you leave the.
Correct. Going full Dumb and Dumber in there. It was like, I'm super happy that you had that relief and that moment in your life is past, because I know that's a tough spot to be in.
It wasn't for you last week, but
No, it was real easy for me to get through those. It was just like it was like you're almost done before you even sit down. Going through.
No, it's like the opposite of that, James.
No, correct.
Yeah, it's like ate a whole block of cheese.
Sounded like they were passing a cinder block. Is what it sounded like.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna be jumping to these sound clips here.
Okay, QC in the first break.
Okay. The final hour of the Rob Brown Show goes now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Fan Upstate. I am Rob Brown. The great Lonzo's on the other side of the metaphorical glass this AM. Should you elect to be a part of the radio broadcast, you are, of course, more than welcomed. You are encouraged to do so by giving us a buzz at 844-326-3663. 844-326-3663. You are also welcome to hit us up on the madworldattractions.com text line at 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N, and we'll read them on the air. Let me begin this topic by saying that despite what I know for a fact some of you are going to claim to the contrary, I am not about to say what I'm about to say to pick a fight. I'm not. I want you all to know, and I mean this sincerely, and I think Lonzo can attest because he comes in at least twice a week to me watching the videos dropped on YouTube by Josh Pate. I am a fan, and I mean that sincerely.
He's an excellent guy, by the way. All my interactions with him have been awesome.
I have never heard a crossword. I have not had the pleasure or privilege to speak to Josh Pate yet, but I am a big fan. I watch multiple videos of his a week. Sunday night, one of the last things that I watch before I call it an evening is his Sunday night reaction videos. On Tuesday, I watch his prediction videos. I think the guy here's how big of a compliment I can pay him, and I mean this, he knows ball more than me, and I know ball. I like this guy's content. I like his material. I like his attitude. Josh Pate is an incredible college football analyst. Okay? Let me make that abundantly clear because some of you are going to accuse me of something in a minute, and that's fine. But I'm saying before I say a word or play audio that I like Josh Pate a lot, and I think he does a spectacular job. I mean this on the forefront of college football coverage. Josh Pate is inside of my top 3, without a doubt. He is up there. He is better than Paul Feinbaum, in my opinion. He's better than anybody you're about to name. Okay? I mean that. I watch all his stuff. He's very, very good. I enjoy his segments he does with Mark Ryan on Offsides. I go out of my way to listen to those segments. I like the guy a lot.
I don't know. You're kind of stretching it there, but everything else I agree with.
I'm genuinely not. And here's why I'm saying this. I'm saying this, and I want to make this abundantly clear because I'm going to be accused of trying to pick a fight to get attention. That's the world we live in. I'm not doing that. I mean this. I'm saying this because Pate said something on his Sunday reaction show that irked me a little bit. And that's okay. We're different people working in the same universe. We're going to have disagreements. No two people are the same. And he says so in the clips I'm about to play for you. Okay? I've not met him. I've not talked to him personally, but I know a lot of people who have, and everybody says he is a stellar human being, and I believe them. And I think his content is spectacularly good. He is one of a very short list of people that I go out of my way to go find and listen to their material. It's that good. So, on Saturday, the USC Trojans lost to the Utah Utes. In walk-off fashion, the Utes knocked down a field goal from 40-plus to end the game, and on top of that, effectively end the championship hopes, conference or national, for the USC Trojans. Caleb Williams, of course, was the Heisman frontrunner for the majority of the opening part of the season. He is no longer, and part of the reason is they took loss number 2. Emmanuel Acho is another guy that I like. Emmanuel's kind of one of those high energy, unique perspective guys. Emmanuel Acho has absolutely been accused of crafting hot takes in order to get attention. Hey, welcome to our industry. There are very few of us remaining that refuse to do that. I am one of them. I don't know if my career would be national or not if I was more of a hot take guy, but it's not my style. And that's okay if it is your style. Different strokes for different folks. Emmanuel Acho, hot take or not, sent out a tweet Saturday after the L that said, quote, with national championship hopes gone, Caleb Williams should consider sitting out the rest of the season. The Heisman is a long shot. CFB playoffs are even less likely, and he won't play in the bowl game. The risk of playing far outweighs the reward. Business decision. Now, some of you had a visceral reaction to that. Some of you, myself included, agree entirely with that. Now, let me tell you why I agree before I get to Josh Pate. Bryce Young was the number 1 overall draft pick in last year's NFL draft. Signed with the Carolina Panthers on a 4-year, $37.955 million contract, including a $24.6 million signing bonus and $37.955 million guaranteed, an average annual salary of $9.48 million a year. Now, let me get to Josh Pate, and then I'll give you my reactions. Let me start with clip number 1. We're just going to go down the order. I'm giving you now. I have cut Josh's take into multiple takes here because it was like a 2-minute piece of audio, and I wanted to kind of break it up and go through segments. Here's the problem that I had. Emmanuel Acho says, hey, he should sit. Because here's a shocker. Caleb Williams is going to make more money than Bryce Young. His contract will top $41 million a year. His annual salary will be $10 million plus a year.
How much is his NIL right now?
It's not $10 million a year.
There was a time where I would have said, hey, sit, get ready for it's a business decision. But if you're already making a lot of money, you're just sitting out for a raise. That's all you're doing.
Here's the thing. I promise you his NIL is not $11 million a year. Okay, it's just not. Even in LA.
Go down there and tell the boss, hey, I want a raise. I'm shutting it down until I get one.
His raise is going to be millions upon millions of dollars a year. Forget the contract. Forget the fact that his contract is going to be worth north of $40 million for 4 years of work. I promise you he's not getting that at USC.
Just a raise.
So you can poo-poo it however you want. Lonzo.
Oh, it is being poo-pooed.
If they came to me right now and never mind, I don't need to get into that. It's silly to think that this is not a business decision. It's a silly thought. Sorry, respectfully. It's a silly thought.
Yeah,
okay?
and you'd be wrong because obviously I'm not the only one who thinks that.
Okay. Let me tell you why Josh Pate thinks it, because you think it for different reasons. Okay? You're on the same train, but in different wagons. All right? So
yeah, I'm probably on the caboose,
Bryce Young, 4-year, $37.955 million, all of it guaranteed. $24.6 million on top of that is a signing bonus, an annual guaranteed contract of almost $9.5 million. Now, let's start with Pate and his thoughts on Emmanuel Acho.
Not everyone who covers this sport loves this sport. And not everyone who works to cover this sport views it as a destination. It's just a springboard. It's just a rung on the ladder. And neither of those things in and of themselves are morally wrong. If you don't love covering this sport, that's fine. My advice would be don't cover the sport. And if you don't view this as a destination, that's okay. I'm all for professional advancement and you pursue your passions.
Okay. Let me tell you what I have a problem with here out of Josh Pate. A guy that I like, respect, and think does an incredible job. Just so you don't hit me in with the out of context, Rob's trolling him, because I'm not. That is gatekeeping. Well, if you don't feel that I do, what it means is that it doesn't mean the same thing to you. What it means is that you don't love this sport like I do. What it means is, because he uses the word casuals to describe people, right? In just a minute, you're going to hear him refer to the 95%. As a way to build up his audience as you are the real college football fans And the other people who like other stuff, they're the 5%. They're the casuals. They're the people that don't matter. It's gatekeeping, not just the sport. Because whatever, if you want to talk to your fans that way, I get it. That's an old radio trope, right? The problem that I have is that he's coming after people in this industry. He's coming after people who do the same job as him. Again, a guy I like and respect who does a good job. But
so he just came after the media, and that's making you angry.
No, he came after me. That's my problem.
Oh, okay. Specifically, he came after you.
He came after me. Now,
you just have an angry day. I'd say everyone sees it. So anyway,
the problem is he came after me and people like me, because what Emmanuel Acho is saying is that Caleb Williams has $10 million a year on the line for the next 4 years once he gets his rookie contract. And he does. And that, if you aren't willing to put a $40 million contract on the line for college football, you don't love college football. I'm going to tell you right now, if somebody came to me and gave me a contract, just one contract for $40 million, and for $40 million, I was never allowed to watch college football again, I'm gone. I'll never watch it again. Does that mean I don't love the sport? Nope. Does that mean that I'm not an avid fan like other people? Nope. $40 million. And you're saying, no, you need to play it on the line. But why? Let me go to clip 1C here, if you don't mind. Great one. This is Josh Pate, who is very upset with folks in the media who have had the audacity of telling players, not every player, just the players who are top tier draft picks, that they should think about sitting out and saving their NFL career. This is what Pate had to say about them.
Like the college football playoffing of the sport back about 10 years ago, when you had this idea that started to permeate the concept of meaningless games, meaningless bowl games, and people on national networks started to say that stuff. And then all of a sudden, players started to believe it was true because they heard the folks at the national network say that sort of stuff. And then all of a sudden, you had guys opting out of bowl games, which you'd never had before. And then all of a sudden, you had people thinking that after you've lost 2 games, you got to mail it in. If I got draft potential, let me go get ready for the draft.
Okay. Is college football worse in the last 10 years? Like, honestly, if you're a college football fan, is it worse than it was a decade ago? No, it's not.
Some would say this year, definitely, because there's no front runner. There's no dominant college football team. There's actual parity, but it's because of the level of play is down a little bit. I think you could say maybe this year that's true.
Okay. If parity is bad to you, we just don't see how
parity is not bad if everyone's playing well. But if parity is there because some teams are playing worse, then it's not true parity.
Is that because of players sitting out bowl games? No. Is that because of a fraction of a percentage of guys protecting their NFL draft stock by not playing meaningless games? No. What Pate's mad about here, and I understand it, I get it. Every game matters to Josh Pate. Every game matters to Josh Pate. And I understand that. I love football too. I will be sitting watching the Bahamas Bowl more than any of y'all will. I promise you. I will watch more ball than all of you.
What, you want a badge or something? You already said ball and we don't.
I'm trying to explain it here. Josh Pate is going, every game matters because college football matters. And it does. I get paid because of college football. I am absolutely here for it. That is the king in this area. I'm not an idiot. But again, the valuation, the reason it matters to you is different to everybody. To Caleb Williams, college football might be the most important thing in the world. I don't know. I don't know the guy. But to Caleb Williams, college football likely is a jumping off point to the NFL. Why? Because of $40 million 4-year contract. So for him, playing in a game at the end of the year against Washington State, that if USC wins, what does he get? Versus making sure he doesn't pop an ACL and lose a first-round draft pick status, that is the most important thing. And to say that you loving college football is more important than Caleb Williams' long-term financial future is not cool.
All right, Rob, I'm not trying to derail here, but I looked it up because I was curious. According to the internet, so it's got to be true, Caleb Williams is poised to garner an estimated $2.6 million in NIL-related ventures throughout this year, which means he's making more than Trevor Lawrence is this year while he's in college football.
Wonderful.
He is holding out for a raise.
Wonderful.
That's what he's doing if he does
a
it.
raise
But hopefully
of over $7.5 million
he's
a year.
He's not going to sit out. He's not going to listen to Acho.
I'm not saying, listen, no. This isn't about that. I don't care what Caleb Williams does. If he wants to sit, I got his back. If he wants to play, I got his back. I don't care. What I'm saying is Josh going after Emmanuel Ocho for saying a business decision is the right move here. And that means he doesn't love college football, where, Emmanuel Ocho got famous by being a very good college football player before he became an analyst. It's gatekeeping, and I don't like it. But Pate's not done. There's a few more things here. Let me go to clip 1D, because this is the one that made me go, I've got to say something about this.
And you had fools masquerading as college football media types that wanted to sound like they were above the room, or they had some bigger vision in mind for these guys, advising them, yeah, you probably should sit. I didn't have anything left to play for. Well, there is something left to play for. If you're a competitor, there's a lot left to play for. If you're a man of your word, if you follow through on any kind of ambitions you have, there's a lot to play for. For some of us, I'm speaking selfishly now, for some of us, this is the pinnacle. And I don't even care if it's not the pinnacle for you.
Okay. He said, for some of us, this is the pinnacle. And that's great. If college football is the only thing that matters to you, I fully support you. And for Josh Pate, I assume it is. He is making good money doing this, and I'm very proud of him because he has put in the work and put in the effort to be damn good at his job, and he is damn good at his job. But because it's the pinnacle for you, and because somebody else wants to act in that world in a way that is different than you, to start calling the rest of us fools and saying that we are masquerading in this industry, that's where it turns into an insult. I have put 17 years into this business. All right. I'm not where Josh Pate is, and that's okay. Our career paths have gone different ways for different reasons. All right. But I've been in this game 17 years now. So to get called a fool and told that I am masquerading in this industry, because I would tell Caleb Williams that $10 million a year is worth more than a win over Washington State in a single year is the thing. Now, if you want to go down the path of what's about commitment and loyalty and honoring your word, that's fantastic. That's fantastic. And those are things that people should aspire to. I don't disagree at all. But I'll tell you this. If the boss who asked me when I got this job, hey, we're trying to find someone who's going to stick around here for a while. We want somebody who's going to be here 5 years from now. Is that you? And I said, yes. I was like, yeah, I love Greenville. I absolutely will stay here for 5 times. I'll stay here as long as you have me. But if tomorrow CBS Sports Radio calls and goes, hey, Rob, we want to give you $40 million to move to New York and go national, I'm out, guys. I'm out. Does that mean that this doesn't mean anything to me? Does it mean I'm a fool? Does it mean I'm masquerading? Does it mean that I'm not a man of my word? No. It means there was a business decision to be made. It means that I made a business decision for number one. And so to call people like me a fool and say I am masquerading because I would tell Caleb Williams that $10 million a year is worth more than Josh Pate's feelings, there's nothing wrong with that. That being said, Josh, and I mean this, you are doing a hell of a job. I love your stuff. I am in your audience on Sunday nights. I'm in your audience on Tuesday. I will continue to be. I love everything you're doing. Keep it up, dude. You have my full support. This is a bad take. 90% of what you're doing is fantastic. 8% of it is really good. And 2% of it I disagree with. It is what it is. Keep it up, Josh. You're fantastic. And I mean that because I'm a man of my word. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Let's see.
All right, guys, quick live read right here. We'll be right back. All right, dudes and dudettes, we're back. Thanks for hanging in there. Can I boot for $100,000? You can call me whatever you want, and I'm good with it. I am.
I do want to say you talk an awful lot about leaving for someone who's happy to be here.
$10 million.
I mean,
$10 million.
You just want money. That's all it's about for you. Just money. I mean,
are you working here for the lulls? For the lulls?
Oh, if I told you my salary. Sean believes that if the coach would have put him in senior year, that he would be.
That's not true because I didn't get put in my senior year. So your wife sounds very masculine and handsome, Roger. Good on her for having the voice of an angel.
Wow.
Kobe.
So wonder how that decoder works. I mean, so one guy exclusively there to do the decoding, right?
I mean, I got to think, right? Like he's
Coach,
watching.
they're doing this play. They're doing, Coach, they're doing this play.
No, I would think that guy's probably got like so. Bring it up. Brad Crawford of 24/7 put up a picture just seconds ago that I'm going to share with you all now because we're going to talk about it coming up here in a second. If you look over on the right-hand side of your screen, let me take the Rob Brown Show logo down. If you look over on the right-hand side of your screen, sticking out from the right edge of that picture is an arm holding a chart. And while everybody except Jacob with the 65-inch television may not be able to see it, for those of you that can't, it is what appears to be a laminated play chart that has silhouettes of figures doing hand signals. And there are blank spots under some of them where I assume, although it is not an HD photograph and I do not have a CSI Miami ability to enhance, and take a look, it certainly does look like what you would, you know what it looks like? I used to do these clinics back in the day at my old station. We would do a clinic for people who were learning football, right? So like women, kids, whatever. It was for newbies into football. And one of the things that we would do is I would have a local referee in full ref uniform come and demonstrate the different hand signs and what they meant, right? So holding, face mask, pointing, whatever. And we had these little booklets. They were about that big. And it had all of the referee, like cartoons of all of the hand signals so that you could see a referee and you could look and find that on the chart. And underneath it, it would say holding and what the results of that penalty were or could be whatever. And it looks like that, right? There's silhouettes of very clearly an upper torso and arms doing a hand signal. And so the assumption here, and I got to tell you, I'm having a hard time believing it would be anything else. The assumption here, actually, you know what I think I can do? See if I can. I won't let me get
Yeah, we got 30 seconds.
Anyway, the assumption here is that those are silhouettes breaking down what the plays mean or the hand signals mean from the other team. Very interesting. I'm going to leave this up because we're actually going to talk about this real quick. The Rob Brown Show on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. I got a couple more things that I want to get to, but Lonzo has just put something in front of my eyeballs that I really would like to talk about. This Michigan sign stealing story is super intriguing to me, ladies and gentlemen, not because of the super secret spy work that the Wolverines are potentially doing in order to make all this happen.
Not so super secret anymore.
Not anymore. It's the biggest story in college football right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, gotta be.
Because the repercussions could
be huge.
Yes.
Could ripple across all of college football. I agree entirely. So remember, John Harbaugh sat down the first 3 games of this season due to recruiting violations that took place back during the COVID year. He had to sit those 3 games. Michigan was more than happy to accept that penalty because they didn't play anybody worth a crap until week 5. So they were fine with it. Well, the sign sealing scandal rolls on. There were more reports that came out yesterday that there were 11 Big Ten schools across 30 games over the past couple of years that a Michigan staffer who has since been suspended, purchased tickets to, sent other people in his stead who then utilized technology illegally in order to film, record, and log the coaching signals of 11 other Big Ten teams. And we know that because those 11 teams forwarded their evidence of this happening to the Big Ten. They forwarded it to the NCAA. There's the whole investigation. Well, Brad Crawford of 24/7 Sports just threw up a tweet about 3 minutes ago that he cites Buckeye Huddle's Tom Orr. And it is a picture posted by Buckeye Huddle of the Michigan sideline. There is a referee right in the middle. By the way, super dope referee shirt. It's like, it's not white. It's like a metallic white, like a pearl white. It's kind of a great referee shirt. Anyway, behind that referee is a glance of Jim Harbaugh on the right, along with a number of other Michigan staffers. Harbaugh's got his coaching headset on. There are 2 other Michigan coaches with their headsets on, all lined up next to each other behind the official.
All right. I would almost say that this is Photoshop because Jim Harbaugh's mouth is shut. And I didn't know he was capable of doing that.
Now, I'm glad you said that word Photoshop because this is where this might get contentious. In this picture, sticking out from the right side of the frame. And for those of you that are not watching the stream, this is why you should come by the stream because I have this picture posted on the stream right now at facebook.com/thefanupstate, twitter.com/thefanupstate, the Fan Upstate on YouTube, or the Rob Brown Show on Twitch. Sticking out from the right side of this photo is an arm, and in that arm is a laminated, what you would initially assume to be a play chart of some type. You've all seen Andy Reid pull up the Waffle House menu and hold it in front of his face while he's calling plays, and it's got all their plays listed on it. Sean Payton was mad the other day because they actually zoomed in while he on national TV, and like the entire back of his play chart, including all of his third down plays, were written down right there.
Yeah, that's messed up.
Yeah, it's kind of messed up. So anyway, on this chart, however, are not plays. On this chart are cartoon silhouettes. And these silhouettes, from what we can tell in this picture, these silhouettes seem to be doing different hand and arm motions, right? You know, kind of like a coach or a backup quarterback would signal to the offense the next play. Or a guy on the front of an Air Force, aircraft carrier would signal for a plane to land, one or the other. But I suspect this guy is not trying to give Jim Harbaugh the intricacies of landing an FA-18 on the front end of the Eisenhower aircraft carrier. My bet is it's silhouettes of arm movements used to call different plays. Now, this is a bunch of different possibilities here, right? There is, first off, the possibility, as Lonzo just kind of alluded to moments ago, that this picture could just be Photoshop because this is a rivalry. Yeah, this is a rivalry. Lonzo, would you put it past a fun Buckeye graphic design student to take a picture that is just a picture of Harbaugh and the boys on the sideline and Photoshop something into it that would make it look like Michigan was cheating? Because I wouldn't put it past them.
I can either confirm, deny, or answer that question.
Well, I can confirm, not deny, and definitively answer that question. Of course, some Buckeye somewhere would Photoshop a picture to either mock or genuinely get into trouble the coaching sideline. And the angle at which the arm is entering the photo, and that this is, listen, you could not have framed this thing better short of walking up to the camera and just shoving it in front of the lens. Right? It is perfectly flat and angled at the camera.
So where is the camera?
I'm assuming based on this angle on the opposite sideline and down some number of yards across the field.
Just because I mean, yeah, it's just weird where that photo is actually being taken from, or is this a what you call it, picked from the film? Someone took a clip from the film and made it into
Also
a picture.
Possibility.
And
also a possibility. Listen, if I was going to Photoshop something into a picture, a document into a picture that made it look incriminating, this is exactly what it would end up looking like. I'm not saying it is Photoshopped. I'm saying this is what it would look like.
Because in the middle of all that is, what if it is real? What if that's 100%. Actually it? What if it is?
So the second possibility that would let Michigan off the hook here, and they will have to, I think, produce this thing. But the second thing that would bring this is if this is just a hand motion chart of their own plays, right? This might be a chart they give to the backup quarterback, because if you've seen in the past couple of years, the backup quarterback, he'll have on like a green or a red vest, and he will give signs to the quarterback aside from the play call itself. And those signs might tell him, hey, we want you to roll out left, or watch out for that defensive end, or the linebacker is going to come on a blitz here, or whatever the case might be. This may be just a menu of signs to signal to one player or one personnel group or the entire offense of, this is what we want to run, or this is what we need you to look out for, or whatever the case might end up being. But the third option here is that this is indeed a, quote, hand signal decoder sheet. That this is indeed, and by the way, according to Buckeye Huddle, and this comes from Brad Crawford at 24/7. He's the one that put this out, right? So this is not just some random ass Twitter account. This is Brad Crawford. This is kind of a name in the game.
Which, by the way, is why I mentioned it to you, because I saw that, and then I looked at the name and was like, oh, okay.
Yep. So the other option is this is absolutely a hand signal decoder sheet that they created and put together after they stole some signs, and they gave it to the defensive coaching staff, and they said, look, if the coach across the way puts his left arm out and his right arm across his chest, that means they're going to go power I run right, or whatever.
Okay, by the way, this is just me personally. I hope the guy holding the sheet is actually Stallions.
Be great. I don't know who it is.
Not for Michigan, it wouldn't.
Because again, if I was going to Photoshop a document into a picture to make it funny, this is exactly what it would look like. It's just an arm coming directly from the middle of the frame, holding a document that is positioned perfectly to have a picture of it taken by a camera from the other direction. But what if it's not? We know that the tickets have been bought. We know that people were at the direct direction of a Michigan staffer sent to 11 other teams, 30 other contests. We know that they were recording the sideline. These are all things that have been confirmed so far. So it's not a huge stretch to imagine that if they spent that much time going, all right, we're going to look at all the signals, and we're going to look at, because in a game, it's tough to do, right? Like I said, I love puzzles. I try to do this. When I go to games, I watch the signals on the sideline. I try to see if I can figure it out. But if I got 30 games of a sample size, I'm going to, first and foremost, I'm going to look at every time they run their favorite play. Quarterback draw, halfback draw, bubble screen right, whatever it is. Their favorite play, the play they run more than any other play. And then I'm going to look at the signals that they give from everybody on the sideline every time they run that play. Because there's going to be one or two that are going to happen every time they run that play, and all the rest are distraction. I used to coach baseball. You know how we do signals in baseball. I'm going to move my hands a bunch. I'm going to give you a bunch of different signs. But somewhere in there is what we call an indicator.
Like a Michael Jackson video.
Basically. Somewhere in there is what we call an indicator, right? So I'm going to slide my hands down my arms. I'm going to swipe it across my chest. I'm going to touch the bill of my cap. I'm going to rub them off on my thighs, blah, blah, blah. But one of those is what we call an indicator. And what this means when I say I remember, for whatever reason, I still remember my high school coach, his was touching the bill of his hat. That was the indicator. What that meant was whatever the next signal I give you is, that's what I want you to do. So if he touched the bill of his cap and then he ran his hands down the front of his thighs, that meant steal. Now, he might give the steal sign 9 times when I'm on first base, but if he never touches the cap, it's not a steal sign. It's just, I'm trying to throw him off. I'm going to keep giving him the sign until I touch my cap, and then that sign means go. So I'm going to look and I'm going to see what happens every time they run this play. It's if I got that much of a sample size, It's not going to be that tough. I don't got to be Batman to figure this thing out. It's going to be right there. Don't need to be the world's greatest detective. It's going to be right in front of me, right? So this picture, if it can be verified, and Keegan pointed out, Michigan's got a graphic design guy in their football office right now scrambling to enhance this, figure out what all these signals are doing, recreate it, and then just put their own plays underneath it. But see, that's the fun thing. You know who's got footage of every Michigan game? The NCAA. You know who's going to be able to look at all their signs on the sideline and go, yeah, it says on this sheet that when you go left hand out, right arm, cross chest, it's power I, but we never saw you give that signal one time on the sideline, so we don't believe you. Dude, this is going to get awesome. Awesome.
Yeah, kind of awesome.
It's like CSI NCAA. I cannot wait. This is going to be fantastic. And oh, by the way, the chaos if they prove that Michigan was using stolen signs to win against Ohio State the last 2 years running. The chaos. Lonzo, what if you find out that you lost 2 close games, but Harbaugh knew all your signs already? Oh, man, is Ryan Day off the hook? This is incredible.
Maybe he's off the hook.
Incredible.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right, so that picture's up on Brad Crawford's Twitter, B Crawford 24/7. It's worth a look-see, or just go back and watch the replay of the stream because I left it up that whole segment because it's awesome. Enhance. We're back after this to wrap it up.
No, wait, we got something.
Oh, we got to give away tickets.
Yeah, we do.
Man, that's right, because the Ingles Classic is coming up. The Ingles Asheville Basketball Classic is taking place November 10th and 12th at the Harris Cherokee Center in Asheville, North Carolina. UAB is playing this. Clemson is playing this. It is your first chance, ladies and gentlemen, to go eyes on the Clemson basketball team in real life competition, dudes and dudettes. November 10th and 12th, you are going to, if you are caller number 4.
Woo.
Woo. Caller number 4 right now is winning tickets to the Ingles Asheville Basketball Classic. There are 2 games on November 10th. There are 2 games on November 12th. You are getting tickets to all 4 games. You're getting 2 tickets to the first day and 2 tickets to the second day, but those 2 tickets get you into both games on both days. So basically, you're getting a pass to all 4 games, the opening round on the 10th and the championship and second place round on the 12th. It is at the Harris Cherokee Center in Asheville, and caller number 4 is winning them right now, courtesy of our friends at Ingles, 844-326-3663, 844-326-3663. Caller number 4 right now wins those tickets. It's the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, we're going to step away while Alonzo gets some sensitive information. We'll be right back.
Breaking news. The air conditioning has come on with 15 minutes left in the show. Final segment is going to be nice and cool. No more fighting. No more nothing.
Hans and I are going to hug after the show.
No, we're not cooled down that much yet, but.
The little brother said, why didn't Michigan just bang on a trash can? Go Rangers!
That's so played out. You know, you got to come up with something new, something intricate, something James Bond like.
Nope. Forever funny. Banging on trash cans will be the forever joke of the Houston Trastros. It will never stop being funny to me. There's no point it won't be funny to me. Anyway, the Houston Astros are not going back to the World Series as they drop Game 7 against the Rangers last night. Ladies and gentlemen, if you weren't watching Game 7 last night as a sports fan, first and foremost, you were wrong. Because even if you're just like a fringe baseball fan, right?
Football was on, dude.
Again, if you only own one television to watch sports on.
Not everybody's a 1%er like you and
you can get an old
you just
TV
bro
for
me
like
twice
$100.
today.
I know you're
Russo.
Bro. If you weren't listen, I'm gonna tell you right now.
By the way, I didn't say I don't have multiple TVs and the ability to set up things like that, but not everybody has that kind of technical prowess or the ability to watch more than one thing at the same time.
Phone or your tablet or your laptop or whatever. Everybody's got that, right? They just do.
You know, I didn't because
if you don't have that, it's by choice.
Because I'm not a baseball fan. So
if you didn't watch that game last night and you are a sports fan, I'm just going to say you missed out. Aroldis Garcia was an absolute monster last night. 4 of 5, 2 dingers, 5 ribbies. He turned in more RBIs in that ALCS than anyone had in a playoff series ever. It was incredible. That dude is public enemy numero uno in H-Town today.
I thought your phone was going to fly. I didn't realize that you had the hook thing on there. It's like, oh no.
That's why I stopped dropping it.
Yeah, that thing's coming this way.
Yeah, that's why I stopped dropping it. I don't know what to tell you. It was incredible, man. It was incredible. By the way, Saturday, noon to 4, Bet for the Cycle with myself and Cody Decker. We're going to break this whole thing down because, yes, James, I absolutely believe that there is a very good chance that the Houston Astros run is over. I also believe there's a very good chance it's not. Dusty Baker is still one of the best managers in baseball. Dusty Baker is the king of getting the most out of the least. Remember, the Astros were done when the guys like Carlos Correa moved on, right? They had what? They had Altuve left. Everybody was like, yeah, there's no way. And yet, here they were. They won a World Series last year. They were a game away from going back this year. The only team that was able to knock them out in the American League was the best AL offense this year, the Texas Rangers, who took a full 7 games to do it. They're still real good. They got a lot of those cats coming back next year, so I am very interested. But Texas, man, they're a blast. They're fun. Offensively, they got spark. Off the butt. Jordan Montgomery last night came in off of short rest. He's a starter. That is the second time in his career he has come out of the bullpen, and he went 1.1 and looked damn good doing it. They're fun. And tonight, we got a Game 7. I am super excited about it because there's nothing better than post-season Game 7s. There's just not. Pick your sport. NBA, NHL, MLB, it doesn't matter. Game 7s in postseason sports are the best things in sports. They just are. Because I've already got people who have hit me today with Game 7 in an ALCS is not as good as the Super Bowl, Rob. I mean, it doesn't have the same pageantry. But let's be real. By the time you get to a Game 7 and pick your sport, By the time you get to a game 7, those two teams have just played each other 6 consecutive times. They know as much about each other as they know about themselves. The familiarity takes most of the ambiguousness of a sport out of the equation. There's no more lucky draw. There's no more you had a bad day. You had 7 chances. If you have a bad game in a series, you got 6 other ones to fight through if you make it to a game 7. I don't think there's anything better. Phillies, Diamondbacks tonight, live from Pennsylvania, game 7, winner to the World Series. And you're telling me you can do better than that? They can't. They can't. Gonna be incredible. Cannot wait. Snakes alive, baby. Hey, let's wrap up the show.
And now the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
Time to ask Rob what the X is going on. The first thing that's Xing yo is Justin Ross.
Not a great day for wide receivers across the National Football League yesterday that weren't playing. Justin Ross, former Clemson Tiger, undrafted pick for the Kansas City Chiefs, who we kept waiting for him to have his breakout because he had some good moments for Kansas City. Got arrested last night. Why? Because of a charge, and we don't know what it stems from yet. We're still waiting on the story, but a charge of causing over $35,000 worth of damage to physical property. Now, could mean he wrecked a car, could mean that he wrecked a car into something else. We don't know what ended up happening, but I do know that if you gave me a sledgehammer and said cost $35,000 of damage, it'd take a second. Even in this building, it would take a second. And we got a lot of expensive stuff in here.
If you spent some time in the big boss's office, $30,000, you probably could do that pretty. Yeah. If anything happens down there, I was up here. So it was just a suggestion.
Also last night,
not really a suggestion.
Number 1 wide receiver for your New Orleans Saints, Chris Olave, got arrested. I'm just tying them together. That's absolutely trending.
I was getting ready to say that, but you took it away from me. That was my airtime,
Okay.
Rob Brown.
Go ahead.
Chris Olave's exing. Do you know why, Rob?
I sure do. Just like that story that we mentioned and then immediately took a pause after to say the next thing.
But for a totally different reason.
Chris Olave was also arrested. Why? Because of dangerous driving. Apparently, he was going well north of 40 miles an hour plus over an already high speed limit. He was arrested, booked, and released last night. And both teams, the Chiefs and the Saints, what a day we're having here, Zoe.
We are.
What a day we're having. Both of our receivers are, as of right now, do not have their stories out in the public as to exactly what happened. What I'm going to tell you right now is the Saints already suck. And if they are out, or if they're without Chris Olave for any length of time, I mean this, we might not win another freaking football game.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah. The Chiefs don't have that problem. They still have Taylor Swift. So we're good. We're good.
Yeah. And Justin Ross is not your number 1 wide
Yes.
receiver.
Well, who is?
Sky.
No, that would be Taylor Swift's boyfriend.
Taylor Swift's boyfriend.
Anyway, and the next thing that's Xing is Steve Wilkes.
Steve Wilkes X.
Your guy. Trending.
He is, of course, the defensive coordinator for the San Francisco 49ers.
There it is. There it is.
Who last night, defense got exposed a little bit.
There it is. That's why he's
Kirk Cousins blowed them up last night. Kirk Cousins went for over 370 yards and a couple of tutties in that win. San Francisco now dropped from the ranks of the once beaten. There are only 2 remaining 1-loss teams in the National Football League. San Francisco not amongst them.
Hey, one last one. Jim Harbaugh's trending.
Of course, if you missed any particular segment of the show, like this entire hour, you can go to thefanupstate.com, hit the podcast page, drop it down, click on the Rob Brown Show. And if you want to know why Jim Harbaugh's trending, just listen to the last hour of the show because we may or may not have had some fun with it. That's it for us. You're going to have a lovely rest of your Tuesday. Game 7, Phillies Diamondbacks tonight. We'll talk about it tomorrow as well as opening night of the NBA. See you back here tomorrow on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate later. Yeah!
You know, I have to make an apology. LA didn't have an appearance today on the show at all. I don't think I hit that button once.
But the Good Morning Kid had 74.
Yeah, but
So that's great.
I'll make up for it tomorrow.
Jordan Addison was stupid last night. That touchdown he had where he just straight up robbed an INT was one of the wildest things I've seen so far this year. Please tell me that wasn't Emily Adams getting scored by Asia Wilson. No, it was not. It was not. Speaking of Emily Adams, she'll be with us on Thursday. Tomorrow on the show, a lot of good stuff coming your way. I'm going home to prep it right now. I also will be emceeing the Habitat for Humanity / Greenville Swamp Rabbits annual Forma Gala this evening. Very excited about that. Going to be a good time.
Hey, would you tell Mark Shelley OH for me?
I sure will. I sure will. He was not having a great Saturday. So, all right, kids, thanks for hanging out. You're all spectacular people. I hope you have a lovely rest of your day. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Goodbye. And I clicked the wrong video. Okay, goodbye.